Yo, what's up, everyone? Welcome to Haven's online tournament. We are playing Riftbound today. We've got 5 rounds ahead of us. I'm Main Deck Perfy, and I'm joined here with Andy. What's up, Andy? How are you?
Hello, my name is Andy, also known as Riftbound Andy on the internet, and I am excited today to see the first of Vendetta.
Let's go. I watched yesterday's online event. It was spicy. Did you get a chance to check it out at all, or?
I did not get a chance to check it out, sadly,
It's all
but I
good.
am excited for today's go around.
Let's go. Yesterday, we got to see a full suite of Vendetta champions. We got to see some Kennens, some Mels, some Jayces, some Ambessas, a Kali. It was lighting it up. What ultimately came down. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think you're missing something.
Renekton, come on.
Also, I mean, with the hype on the internet, we're missing Shen.
True. You know, I'll be honest, looking through the event and watching it yesterday, we did not see any Renekton or Shin, unfortunately. So hopefully we can maybe catch some of them a little bit today. That would be dope.
That would be dope.
So what legends are you most excited to see coming out of Vendetta?
I have always been an Akali believer. With Aurelia, I do think that this Akali is up there with all our movement tech right now.
Yeah,
I do believe that anyone with movement tech, like Ambessa, she technically has movement tech with her Ready Another Unit empowerment ability. So I'm excited to see that today.
Yeah, movement tech has been around for a long time. We see a lot of success early stages of Riftbound with like Annie utilizing Ride the Winds and Flash.
Yes.
Not quite the same movement tech, but we saw it again with Yasuo's legend ability being able to move units in and out of battlefields. So movement has definitely been here historically in Riftbound, and I too love seeing some decks and archetypes that utilize the movement quite aggressively and quite tactically. Well, it looks like we are getting into our first game here shortly. Not 100% sure just yet what we're going to see. If you were to have a first matchup, Andy, what would you want to see?
I mean, I would love to see a new champion. I would love to see anyone cooking up any ideas about our new champions, but ultimately it's in the hands of our competitors. What would you like to see?
You know, I saw a lot of Ezreal and Irelia yesterday. That kept coming up over and over again. I would like to see something a little bit different, a little bit quirky. We're going into round 1, so it gives us a little bit of flexibility. So hopefully our production team can maybe pull us up something juicy, something we don't get to see super often. I did get to see Mel play just a little bit yesterday, and Mel played such a fun control matchup. I hope that we get to see some Mel play today.
I 100% agree.
All right. Looks like we are getting our room codes. Perfect. Let's take a quick peek at what we will be looking at today. It looks like we have a Viktor that I see. And we should be coming up into the starting point here shortly. I can see that we're playing a Viktor, but I can't see what the other player is on just yet. So, are you very versed in Viktor, Andy?
I am very versed in more of the sprite side of Viktor. I was a Lilia main for a bit. So I always love to see sprites included in every deck.
Okay. So it's a Viktor versus Kennen matchup. So it looks like we will end up getting a new legend on stream, and that's going to be awesome. In regards to Kennen, have you gotten to see any Kennen play or any Kennen deck techs laying around since Vendetta started getting spoiled?
I mean, I have seen the Kennen Miracle builds and the Kennen um, baited hook builds, but I have not seen them in action quite yet.
I've definitely seen the Kennen baited hook decks, and I'll be candid with you, it's quite spicy. I think baited hook in Kennen can lead to some explosive mid to late game turns, but your early game generally leaves something a little bit to be desired. Frequently not playing a whole lot in turns one and two outside of maybe just developing your Kennen early on. I have played a lot of Viktor myself. I play a lot of control Viktor, where really the only units I keep in the deck are just like my Viktor legend or hero or chosen champion rather, and then just all of the recruits that I end up making. I've played a little bit of Vanguard Armory, a little bit not so much, but I really prefer having the full control variant just so that I can continuously control what's going on in the game and have as much agency throughout the match as possible. And it looks like we are jumping right into the match. We do have Kennen starting us off here, playing a treasure hunter. And man, these players are zooming. Honest Broker followed up by a recruit token coming out of our Viktor player, and it looks like we are starting it up on to the minefield. So Andy, tell me a little bit about these two different battlefields. How do you think that these battlefields are going to play out towards each player's game plans?
So with Kennen, obviously a minefield is a needed battlefield because when you conquer here, put 2 of your cards of your main deck into your trash. Now we all know that Kennen loves trashing any cards he can get to play from his battlefield, to play through his various stacked decks and through his legend ability.
Oh yeah, fully understandable. I think his chosen champion ability is incredibly powerful, allowing you to play spells from your trash when you conquer. And I'll be honest with you, this game is going at light speed. We had the treasure hunter moving into minefield, then we saw Ride the Wind over to the Forbidding Wastes, conquering to 2, and then pulling back, generating 3 gold tokens. On the backswing here, we've got Viktor doing similarly the same thing, pushing forward both units developed in turn 1 into both of these battlefields. We'll get to see a little bit of combat here shortly, as we do see the Carrion Dredger as well as the card sharp played, and a hidden card being played face down on this minefield. What kind of cards do you expect to see being hidden for Viktor?
So for Viktor, we have our main one, which is Hidden Blade. That's what I always think of when we go to a mind order sort of perspective. I always see Hidden Blade as one of the options.
Oh yeah, Hidden Blade, one of the premier removal pieces, very frequently targeting your own unit so you can just draw 2 off of really an efficient way to convert 1 energy into a draw 2, and frequently you get a death knell out of it as well. In this case, if it is a Hidden Blade, Honest Broker is going to go ahead and provide us with another gold token. Here on Kennen's turn 3, we've got ourselves a Traveling Merchant as well as a Treasure Hunter up and available for us. We did see a Lightning Rush get played from Banishment here, or from the graveyard into Banishment using Flow, kind of giving you a pseudo stack deck type feel to it.
And now we are seeing Kennen's legend ability used to add Assault 2 onto our Treasure Hunter here.
Yep, Treasure Hunter coming in for 3, and a Wages of Pain being played face down, very likely targeting this Treasure Hunter, going to make it so that we're going to be able to hold on to this minefield potentially for at least a turn here. At the very least, we're going to get a gold out of it. And it does look like the Wages of Pain will go ahead and take out the Treasure Hunter. So the Assault 2 didn't quite come up super handy here because the Wages of Pain holding this down. However, this traveling merchant should be able to easily conquer the Forbidding Wastes, since the recruit token would likely get -2 going to -1 might. However, we'll see whether or not our Kennen player here decides to make that play. Ooh.
Ooh, a Fizz coming onto the battlefield, making him able to use a spell out of his trash.
Yeah, looks like we're going to go ahead and move this Fizz up to the minefield, readying it, creating a showdown that we will end up winning, taking us to 3 points. And again, allowing us to protect our Fizz, advance our game plan by having the minefield on Conquer, and then allowing our traveling merchant to just move forward and take a free combat here at the Forbidding Wastes. We're getting a lot of loot here. Our graveyard is stacked. It's got 8 cards in it, although maybe not the best 8 cards, since 2 Rossas are in there as well as a Nocturne.
Yes, yeah, that's definitely not the best option right now. But as we see, this Kennen is already on tempo, getting 4 points.
Yeah, both players are kind of accelerating really fast in this. I know that the Viktor player likely wants to try and slow this game down wherever possible. We will be able to likely double conquer here by moving the Carrion Dredger over and killing this traveling merchant, which will have 0 might. That's exactly what will happen. The card
Yes.
sharp will move into minefield likely, and then hopefully a little bit of development on the back end so we can start holding these points down and preventing from Kennen to getting out of hand. So we've had a blazing fast start here from the Kennen side. Do you anticipate that this list will end up transitioning over into a baited hook build, considering what we've seen in the graveyard?
So far, what we see in the graveyard, if we are to believe, with 2 Rashas right now and Fizz going into the graveyard, this might be a baited hook build.
Yeah, I'm wondering what kind of payoffs we might end up seeing out of it if there is a baited hook in here, because we can accelerate out a Rasa quite fast with how fast we're building up graveyard, and then baited hook into something pretty juicy. Looks like we are going to lose our Fizz, and we're going to lead us off with a stack deck. We do have empowerment available for Kennen if we can get something on the board, but this is likely going to be a development turn for Kennen. All right, we'll go ahead.
And we have that Seal of Discard going down right now.
Yeah, Seal of Discord's going to be able to make it so that we will stop deramping. Seal of Discord is a little bit curious. It does make me lean towards thinking there isn't a baited hook in here, because baited hook wants you to recycle order runes. So Seal of Discord tells me that this might just be a miracle version of it.
This is probably a miracle version of it. Seeing it's probably an 8-4 split of chaos and order. Like miracle decks tend to run with Kennen. So maybe we are unfortunate with some of the cards that went into the discard pile.
Yeah, definitely so. 2 Ross's already in the discard pile and 1 of our Nocturne already. However, Shadows of the Past allowing us to potentially pick up these Rossas, and we do indeed pick up 2 Rossas, 9 cards in our yard. I'm wondering if we're going to go ahead and just pay 2, recycle 2, and just establish 2 Rossas here.
That might be the best plan that this Kennen player has.
Yeah, the issue is when you're putting all of your eggs into really tall units up against a Viktor, you kind of put yourself into an awkward position where they can be taken out quite easily with like Call the Weeks and things along those lines, where you're trading like 1 might tokens for a Rasa. And it looks like that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to commit 2 resources and 2 energy to develop the 2 Rasas. We're going to pass it back over. 5 points for our Viktor player here in Freshyy. Freshyy likely going to try and see if we can clear up at least 1, maybe both of these Rasas and get onto 6 points. Here, if you're sitting in the Viktor's point of view, you're probably sitting quite pretty. What would you like to see in these 3 cards from Freshyy?
Honestly, I would like to see anything that could help me control this Kennen player. Now, they are like a bird token, perhaps. They first have to play the deflect. They first have to play the defect
Oh,
cause. But
what's that?
we currently made that card temporary, so it should go away at the end of at the beginning of their next
Turn, yeah.
yes.
Absolutely. This bird token being honestly a sacrificial lamb, Shadow's Call being placed on it because we know we're going to lose the bird token to a Rasa either way unless we can clear them up. So we're going to Shadow's Call it and go ahead and draw 2 cards and continue developing. We're going to develop our Viktor here, as well as it looks like we might develop something else. We were thinking about a recruit token. I will say that basically all of the units on these battlefields are likely just lambs to the sacrifice for these Rasas. So unless a
Yes.
card's being hidden on this minefield, you'll probably see this card shop fall back. Yeah.
Yes, and as we see, this card sharp has fallen back.
Oh, just kidding. Looks like we decided to keep the card sharp there. Not exactly sure why, considering Rasa will just be able to walk forward quite easily. With only 1 resource available, card sharp not going to be able to be backed up with anything, although we do get a 1 recruit token out of it. Trading a 3 might unit for a 1 might unit doesn't always seem very beneficial. What do you think Freshyy has up their sleeves?
I think Freshyy might be panicking, or Freshyy might have the game in his hand. Seeing they're both on 6 points, and they are both trying to hit this hard. So we shall see.
Yeah, I think that at this point, we're probably trying to go ahead and set up an Imperial Decree turn here, so that
Yes.
all we've really got to do is play Imperial Decree, pray that it resolves, walk forward these recruits into the Rasas, trading them off, and then try and conquer to 8. If I was a betting man, that's probably the route that I would go. I'm not incredibly familiar with all of the different variants of Kennen, so I'm not sure whether or not they are running a lot of counter spells. Andy, tell me, in the versions you have seen, invert timelines. Well, that might make the plan of the Imperial Decree a little bit awkward.
Let's see. Yep, there was an Imperial Decree just discarded, along with a Call of the Week.
Yep, Call the Week and Zenzao, as well as Imperial Decree, into the trash, and we draw up some new cards, fresh cards, one would say, for each of these players. 4 runes still up and available here for our Kennen player. Brim, trying to think through how you can hold up either interaction or reinforce these battlefields to make it incredibly awkward for Freshyy to walk forward and try and double conquer here. I haven't seen a whole lot of counter spells in this Kennen list as of just yet, as we've been watching the banishment as well as the trash for the Kennen player. So I'm wondering whether or not we have any available to us in our main deck. We might just have to shore this up by trying to commit to the board, and it looks like it's exactly what we'll do. We'll go ahead and play Kennen, Storm of Shuriken, and into the trash will go a couple unfortunate cards, which is a Lightning Rush and a Last Rites.
Yes, and now we're playing an actual stack deck, which will instead of Lightning Rush, and now we have Nocturne Horrifying on the field, which, when you look at a card from the top of your deck and don't draw them and see me, you may pay me for 1 power.
Yeah, which effectively means the stack deck is going to be able to utilize 2 cards of the 3 scene. We're going to reinforce this for Forbidding Wastes. And honestly, we just try to make this as difficult as humanly possible for Freshyy to double conquer here. We'll still need an Imperial Decree or some sort of powerful removal to be able to walk forward and take these zones. We're facing down 5 really, really powerful, really strong units. So even an Imperial Decree might make it awkward. we might need something a little bit more. We have 10 runes open, so an Imperial Decree and a Xin would likely get the job done, but that's a lot to ask for when we just had our entire hand that we've been setting up the entire game stripped away from us.
Yes, and the last two cards trashed were Imperial Degree and Zinzao.
Womp womp
So,
womp.
so we are looking for basically the impossible.
All right,
Oh,
Xin
wait,
that's
we
part
found our
one.
Zinzao.
Step one
We found-
complete.
We found step 1. Now, can we find step 2?
Yeah, Imperial Decree would make this pretty easy. However, some other things like Singularity might be on the table to try and shore this up. It'll make it a little bit awkward since we'll have to kill these Rasas and we're still facing down 11 might. We do have enough to take that down and double conquer. So a Singularity or an Imperial Decree should be able to shore this up in the event that we were fortunate enough to draw them. With the way that we're pivoting, it might not be so fortunate. We might have something else in hand, whether it's just like a bunch of smaller damage spells, like Wages of Pain and whatnot. We shall see. A Stupefy to lead
We're
us off.
getting Stupefied.
Kennen's Storm of Shuriken now a little bit stupid.
And now that leads us to draw more cards, which could possibly lead to that that win condition.
Yeah. So right now, honestly, just digging for one of the two, either Imperial Decree, which will work, as well as at this point, Singularity is basically a foregone conclusion. We will walk forward and try and kill this Kennen or trade it down with the Safety Inspector. Does look like it will go through. Seeing that, it kind of leads me to believe it's unlikely we were able to find what we were looking for. So we might end up just trying to clear off this minefield and then hold it. All right. Viktor as well as Xin walking forward into... Xin and Viktor walking into this minefield, trading 1-for-1 with this Rasa, likely going to kill this Viktor leader.
Yes.
Oh, wait. He has tank, doesn't he? Yeah, the Xin does have tank. That's a JK on my part. All right.
Yeah.
We'll go to 7 points off of that. And I'm thinking Kennen might get another turn here. So with the sheer amount of movement cards in this deck, I'm thinking Kennen might have the ability to hold and then move over and try and conquer this minefield for a win. What are your thoughts here in this current position?
Well, I think there are going to be a lot of recruits on the battlefield. That's what I think. Depending what battlefield we're at.
Vanguard captain just continuously adding more recruits here.
Yes, and we can probably play our recruits this one battlefield and hold with a hidden card.
Oh my god, we have an army of recruits. We have, what is that, 6 recruits? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think that's 8 recruits, if I counted correctly.
Yes, that is 8 recruits. Now we are playing a Lightning Rush, which is just, Kennen's stack deck.
Yeah, we're going to have to try and find something magical here to make this work, because at this point, we're facing down lethal on, if we pass the turn over to Freshyy, and there's about 15 might on this battlefield with a hidden card, so gonna have to be something pretty good. Even if somehow we can manage all 3 units on our Forbidden Waste to move over there, which would require like a Miracle Emperor's Divide, which can't even be in the deck, we're still only presenting 13 might. So not sure exactly what Brim can have on Kennen, but we still do have the empowerment of the legend. We'll be able to give us Assault 2. Even if we do find like a Ride the Wind or something, yeah.
Oh, wait, we got a conceit.
There is nothing to be found, and Freshyy will take game 1 as we move into the sideboard options. Now, trying to think through what we might anticipate to see here. We're working with a Miracle Kennen, and it looks like we are playing against a slightly more traditional variant of Control Viktor here in game number 2. What kind of sideboard action do you think that we might be likely to see between these two players?
I think we are going to see some maybe gear hate coming from Viktor, because with those with the seals, we obviously do not want them to be played.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So maybe some salvages or maybe
Maybe
some.
some. Yeah, we saw a salvage in the discard pile of this last Viktor, so um,
If you're the Victor player, do you think that there's a world where you might end up having to bring in a ruination because of all of these miracle units, or perhaps it might just be overkill in that type of scenario?
well, with Rumination, we are trying to keep up recruits on our end, so it might not be the best to bring in Rumination on for Viktor.
Completely fair. It does look like we're trying to fight really hard for tempo, and first game started off pretty well here for Brim on Kennen. It looks like we're going to go ahead and start a very similar way. Turn one, Treasure Hunter into a Conquer of the Zon Warrens. Zon Warrens, for everyone at home, is when you conquer here, discard a card, then draw a card. Pretty classic, and it helps fill up your graveyard or your bin pretty fast. We will go ahead and bin a Rasa, the Sunderer, which is a key card that we'll look for in the mid to late game as we develop a Shadow Order Discipline. This is a new card coming out of Vendetta. It says, when I move, you may burn one to give me +1 this turn. Burn one is a new mechanic that says put the top card of your main deck into your trash. And
Yes, and now we see a Wages of Pain coming at the Treasure Hunter here.
yeah, no amazing trades available as Freshyy has 2 1-might units, would trade 1-for-1 into the Treasure Hunter. So thinking, all right, well, Wages of Pain and then develop another recruit. After we double conquer, we'll be ahead in point tempo, and we'll be able to end the turn with a unit basically in one of all of the 3 available locations. It's possible we might even be able to. Oh, Gust is going to go
Ooh.
ahead and create a little bit of counter tempo, as well as make it so that we have to decide whether or not we want another dredger or we want to recruit. Love that.
A smart move on the Kennen's player's perspective.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is something that came out of the sideboard. We saw quite a bit of Kennen's deck in game number 1 through all of the discard and burn mechanics, and we did not see any gusts, or it could be either a sideboard card or a relatively low main deck count.
I mean, it's smart to bring Gust against Viktor, because Viktor is mainly fighting with those 1-might units.
Oh yeah, and if it ever comes down to a point where Imperial Decree is on the table to try and win a combat, you could just gust a 1-might unit, and saves one of your units. It's effectively a pretty powerful removal spell. It looks like we will go ahead and conquer to 1 for Freshyy. Back over to Kennen. We're going to contest this by burning 1 and moving over our Shadow Order Discipline. We do end up burning a Traveling Merchant and conquer to 2. So currently in our bin, we've got a Treasure Hunter, a Rasa, a Gust, and a Traveling Merchant. Something to kind of try and keep track of a little bit as we develop a Seal of Discord. Our Kennen player is running a little bit low in regards to card economy in hand as we develop a Nocturne.
Only 2 cards versus the 6 cards that the Viktor player has.
Yeah, I think really important part of this game plan is to fill up this trash so that you're able to go ahead and make your stack decks potentially a 2-for-1, where you can find Nocturnes as well as pick a card out of them.
Now we see the Xin Zhao coming onto the Trifarian War Camp, where units here have +1 might.
Yep. So Xin Zhao winning this combat pretty handily, 5 might to 3, able to take us over to 2 points on even, which is nice. And we might end up seeing the recruit sacrificed once again over to the Zon Warrens. It looks like we will push forward, go on to 3 points, as we will likely loot or discard a card, discard and draw 1 from the Zon Warrens. We still have a little bit of card economy still available to us. Ooh, a Temporal Breach.
I would wonder why that card would be the card you choose to discard.
Well, for those of us who haven't seen Temporal Breach, Andy, tell us a little bit about this card.
Yeah, so Temporal Breach banishes a unit, and then the owner places it to the same location, ignoring its cost. Now, there is some smart tricks you can do with this card, uh, like you can play this card, and on another turn, and you can banish a unit that is has a 1-turn effect, and bring it in for another turn.
Yeah, I think that some of the key callouts here, specifically for Temporal Breach in the Viktor deck, would either be Safety Inspector, which we saw in Game 1, where when you play it, each player must kill a unit of theirs, where you're
Yes.
almost always trading a recruit token for whether it's a Fizz, a Nocturne, a Rasa, or something. We do see the Kennen here exhausted to give Assault 2 over to this Nocturne, moving it forward into the Trifarian War Camp, 7-5, as we'll conquer it and move to 3. The other notable target for your Temporal Breach is a Thousand Tail Watcher.
Yes.
Being able to potentially give -6 during a turn with Temporal Breach is pretty backbreaking for most players. It's kind of like an Imperial Decree, but not quite as good. And
since our Kennen came out, we have trashed Abandon and Fizz.
Yeah, card economy is still a little bit rough. Abandon likely coming out of the sideboard, but one of those counter spells we talked about early on in game number 1 would have been quite handy for an Imperial Decree or maybe a Singularity. However, we do see it go into the trash here, as we're going to go ahead and try and move forward our recruit onto the Trifarian War Camp, and out comes a Vibe Peacekeeper, which has ambush, and when I attack, stun an enemy unit here, stunning the Nocturne, making this a trivial combat.
I love Vibe Peacekeeper. It's in all of my yellow decks. I feel like this card is just a gem of a card.
100% agree. Vibe Peacekeeper has been one of the best Unleashed cards, in my personal opinion. It's been so flexible. It's played in almost every order deck I've seen thus far, ranging from like Azir to Viktor. Honestly, you could even play it pretty effectively here in Kennen. Looking here at the board state, 5-3 in favor of Freshyy. However, I will say that Kennen will likely be able to get the When I Conquer trigger here on the Zon Warrens, as Freshyy has only one available resource and left the Zon Warrens up and available. What kind of good stuff can we find out of the trash from the Kennen, or maybe what do you think we can set up?
We currently have a Nocturne of Rasha the Sunderer. That's our kind of big units here. But we also have Abandon, which comes out as our counterspell. And we can also use some of our smaller units like Treasure Hunter and Traveling Merchant and Shadow Order Disciple.
Just as a heads up, everyone at home, Kennen says, when I conquer, give a spell in your trash flow equal to its cost this turn. So we don't really have a ton of awesome spells to be able to target here with the Kennen. We did move it forward and conquer the Zon Warrens. We stacked it so that we can use the Zon Warrens first before we have to target with Kennen. We were unable to find anything absolutely amazing to put into the yard, so we targeted the Abandon, and we are going to go ahead and downwell this turn, returning all gear and units to their owner's hands. So we're going to send back basically all 3 units to the hand of Freshyy and then make those tokens disappear forever.
And that is unfortunate on the part of Viktor, because we can't put recruits in our hands. We cannot put tokens into our hands, so they are just gone forever.
Yeah, all of that development done is gone for good. And it kind of creates a clean slate here. Although, unfortunately, we weren't able to develop anything on Kennen or Brim's side, giving the full tempo over to Freshyy to redevelop here and try and set it up so that we can push forward and try and get ahead and win this game. Freshyy going to go ahead and develop this Viktor leader. We might end up making a token and creating a Zinzao if we have one, just so that we can try and get onto even points. There's not a lot. Oh my god, out of nowhere, we have ourselves a Noxian Emissary as well as a Carrion Dredger and a Recruit. So this was a full development turn here for Freshyy. We might be setting up for a pretty big turn to come. We know a little bit about what's in Kennen's hand. We have a Seal, we have a Kennen, and I think there was a Fizz in there, or we might have discarded the Fizz to the Zon Warrens. Nevertheless, what do you anticipate we'll end up seeing come out of this turn for Kennen?
Well, we just see our Kennen Storm Assure can come back out. And with that, we discard a Treasure Hunter and a Lightning Rush, which may be replayed.
Yeah, both of those cards being burnt off the top of the deck. Lightning Rush, honestly, a really key card. Unfortunately, the flow cost is 2 and a power, 2 energy and a power, making it a little bit costly during this development turn. We are kind of staring down a pretty wide board out of Freshyy, making it a little bit awkward for us. We're going to have to do some pretty big development. We do find a Nocturne off of this stack deck, which is really nice, giving us 8 might in our base at the moment. Unless we find ourselves maybe a Ride the Wind, we're probably not going to be able to score here. We do have one Ride the Wind currently in the bin. So if we were lucky enough to find another, we could Ride the Wind the Kennen, Conquer, give the Ride the Wind flow. Oh, I was right. There is a Fizz.
And not the Ride the Wind, the Lightning Rush is coming out.
Yeah, we've been able to successfully equalize the amount of might between the two players in our bases. And it's not like Freshy's currently at 6 points and able to threaten a double conquer victory. So we're going to go ahead and try and just build this base up, as well as use our card selection to craft our hand to where we can maybe punch back and kill some of these units.
And another stack deck coming out for Brim Stevens.
Honestly, it's just not even fair. Kennen gets 6 stack decks, 9 if you consider a flow. It's kind of crazy. You basically get to quite literally stack your deck.
Yes, I remember when Kennen was coming out and his card was revealed, and everyone was in shock because they got 6 to 9 stack decks, which is one of the most broken cards in the game right now.
That's crazy. If we look here on Freshy's previous turn, we developed what, 8 might, and here on Kennen's side, we developed a staggering 17 might in one turn. So kind of crazy. I candidly imagine right now Freshy's thinking, all right, I need to find removal and I need to at least conquer one of these battlefields so that I can threaten a double conquer victory. As well as develop enough backline to where I can threaten Imperial Decree or something along those lines in order to make it so that I can push over and get those double conquers. All right, it looks like we're going to start off by a Stupefy. We might see a Deadly Flourish here. Stupefy onto Kennen makes me think we're looking at or leaning towards a Deadly Flourish, one of the few cards that can target the backline. Or perhaps I'm looking too far into it and we're just trying to cycle.
Yeah, Stupefy could be one of those cards with an intentional use of dropping a might of a unit, or it could just be we need to draw 1 card. We need more cards in our hand.
Yeah. What I would really like to see here is send the Recruit forward onto Zon Warrens, do a little bit of discard draw action, and then maybe like a safety inspector type situation where we're able to trade off the Recruit token for a larger unit on the side of Brim. Looks like we're going ahead and oh my god.
Flourish.
Am I a fortune teller?
I guess you are.
Deadly Flourish will kill this Kennen. It's really important to get the Kennen off the battlefield, to be honest with you, or off of the base, due to the fact that when it conquers, you're able to go ahead and play another spell with flow, kind of making it so that you're able to cascade a single conquer into a pretty wide board. We saw how explosive Kennen was last turn. Trust me, if you give it another conquer, it gets significantly more powerful. We will go ahead and see the Noxian Emissary, which is empowered, move forward onto the Zon Warrens. We will move to 6 points and do a little bit of discard draw action here, most likely. Trying to craft this hand so we can set up a lethal turn. A Call the Week. What do you think, Andy, is in this hand to where you're willing to give up a Call the Week?
I think it might be something that will impact the game in such a mind-shattering way that we can actually say, Call of the Week isn't going to be the one that I need. Yeah, and we have our Sprite Fountain out now.
Ooh, Sprite Fountain, incredibly flexible. We saw Sprite Fountain start to crop up a lot last season into these Victor lists, which basically offer you 2 units that are both ready. It feels really good. I've loved Sprite Fountain in my testing, and I'll be candid with you, seeing a Call of the Week go into the trash on Brim's side, I would be frightened because Call of the Week is one of the best possible cards. I have to be thinking to myself, oh god, Freshy's got Imperial Decree or has a Thousand Tail Watcher or something along those lines to blow me out here. Currently, Freshyy on 7 points will either need to hold or double conquer to win. On the backswing, Brim sending forward the Rasa into the Trifarian War Camp, clearing out one of these Sprite tokens, moving themselves up to 5. We're going to have a pretty big turn to be able to kind of set up a point where we can hold these battlefields and prevent the onslaught of Freshyy on the backswing.
But now we see Nox's Emissary going out and play two one might recruit units tokens to our base.
Yeah, so the death knell coming out of the empowered Noxian Emissary says play 2 one might recruit unit tokens to your base. In conjunction with that, Victor later, when another non-recruit unit you control dies, play recruit.
And we just hit the downwell again.
Downwell does indeed set this up quite nicely. The issue with Downwell is we see that, oh wait, Downwell does take back the Sprite Fountain, right? It's a gear.
Yeah,
so
it's a gear.
We can still, on Victor's side, either double play Sprite Fountain or play Sprite Fountain and a Thousand Tail Watcher.
Now the question is, does Victor have a Thousand Tail Watcher in his hand?
True. Or a second Sprite Fountain. Either one. Either way to create 2 hasty units. Oh my god. The Fizz
and we see the Fizz already being played out.
Fizz definitely can't come out. There was no available runes, but the Seal of Discord into the Rasa sets us up nicely. All right. Let's see what Freshyy has on the backside. We'll start us off with creating a recruit token and playing a little bit fast here. We might have a Call of the Week in hand. I'm not 100% sure. Looks like we're going to step this back just a little bit. Say, I don't need to do that. All I need to do is double score here potentially. Is that on the table? Thinking through his options. I know that Victor has a plethora of options to be able to do this. I do know that a lot of Victor decks are running multiple Sprite Fountains. With the way that we're leading off with a Carrion Dredger, leads me to believe it's a little bit unlikely that that's the route we're going to go.
And now we have our Safety Inspector come out. When you play me, each player must kill one of their units.
Yep, there goes the Carrion Dredger, trading out for the Rasa. This is going to be a full development turn to try and set up. The issue here is Kennen definitely has the ability to walk this forward and win this matchup simply by playing the Fizz we know is in hand, riding the wind over to Zon Warrens, and then finding their way onto the Trifarian War Camp. So this is definitely doable.
Yeah. Now Victor is all tapped out, and we see Kennen with 8 of his runes up.
8 runes available. All Kennen really needs is Fizz Ride the Wind. It's a lot to ask for, considering one of the Ride the Winds is in the graveyard. So we'll see whether or not we can try and push for lethal here, or we have to spend the entire turn trying to prevent Freshyy from winning the game. And honestly, with 2 downwells already used here from our Kennen player, it seems like it's a pretty tall task to ask for.
Yeah, I do not see another downwell going
Yeah,
anywhere.
a third down well is definitely a lot to ask for. I can't imagine very many lists run more than 2 side plus main. However, if Brim decided to pack it today, it'd be the right day to pack one. Looks like we're going to start off with a Fizz. And Fizz gonna utilize this Ride the Wind here, sending us over to the Zon Warrens, thinking to myself, okay, this might be my best route to win here. Loot away and see if I can find one of my 2 remaining Ride the Winds. Or if they play it, a Flash would work as well. Discards a Nocturne, and us not slamming does maybe indicate that we did not find it just yet. However, we might be able to stack the Zon Warrens, so a double conquer is out of the question.
Okay. And now we see a Lightning Rush coming.
We've seen so many cards in this deck that it's hard to imagine that, you know, if there is a second Ride the Wind or a Flash in here, that we haven't seen it already. Between all of these stacked decks and these Lightning Rushes.
I feel like I have seen Kennen's deck completely. And into the trash goes Seal of Discord and Inverted Timelines.
Yeah. Definitely into a tough spot right now. If we don't have... Oh, we play a Seal of Discord here. We're going to surge this Lightning Rush saying, okay, we need to find Ride the Winds. And this gives us another 3 looks at it.
And the way this Kennen player is playing...
tells me that it's in there.
It's in there, but he's looking for it.
Yeah, we're digging, baby. We're digging. We've seen so many of these cards. Oh, did we find it? That was a really fast look at Lightning Rush. Either we found it or we're in a pretty tough spot. Oh my god, we're just going to stack this battlefield and pray we can hold it. 2 available runes open. Brim threatening to hold the lethal. And we need a double conquer here out of Freshyy. We're to conquer the Trifarian War Camp to start. Draw a card because we're already at 7. And now we have to find our way over 9 might. Pretty doable for a Viktor. We know there's a Sprite Fountain.
So we just had our Sprite Fountain played. And we will have 1 Sprite token available.
1 Sprite token available to us. We can threaten a trade here, which means that our bird could theoretically hold us to victory if we want to go ahead and trade this down. Although that doesn't seem like the most advantageous play. We're going to send forward 5 might, it looks like. Oh, just kidding. 8 might. Probably going to send forward this recruit as well to make it 9 and just do a full trade. However...
Our Vi getting our Rasha.
Vi ambushed out to stun the Rasa. Makes it so that this is a pretty one-sided endeavor. What can Kennen do with the 2 remaining order runes still available to us? This would make it so that it is a 8, 11, 13 might versus 3 combat might or 9 effective might on this Zon Warrens, threatening to take this match 2-0. All right. Thinking through here. Oh, it looks like Freshyy taking this game down and this match down 2-0, felling the mighty Kennen, Heart of the Tempest. So tell me, Andy, what did you think of Kennen during this matchup? How did you like the Miracle variant of this?
So Kennen Miracle has been something that the community has been building for a long time, ever since Kennen and his signature spell were revealed. Now we are seeing Miracle Kennen not do the best against our established decks like Viktor.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's very interesting because a lot of Miracle lists, because if we think back to Miracle Draven, Miracle
Yes.
Ezreal, back to
Yes.
those, a lot of Miracle lists ran a significant number of one-ofs, and which makes
Yeah.
perfect sense. You're seeing basically your entire deck, and that's really not very different here with Kennen. You're seeing your entire deck. However, the issue here is if Kennen was able to find that second ride the wins, would have been able to take this second game quite handily. Being able to see what it was either 6 or 9 cards that turn. It was 9 cards.
Yes.
It was stack deck into double lightning rush and couldn't find a route to victory. It's pretty crazy. So I think that there's definitely something there in these miracle builds, but it's going to require a lot of tweaking and adjustment to be able to identify and combat the meta currently.
Right, and we are at the beginning of this meta, so it's just it's only room for exploration past
Oh yeah.
this.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of room to grow and there's a lot of data to crunch. I'm super excited because events like these from Haven, events that we saw yesterday and this past weekend, and honestly, all of the soon to come events prior to our next RQ means that it's just all data to be able to empower and no pun there, empower the Kennen decks and the brewers to make the perfect build, whether it's going to be a miracle list or not. I
Or
would stamp
yeah,
my vote on a miracle list because 6 stack deck's pretty good.
6-stack decks are pretty good, but we also have the beta took variant, which I believe it could go places.
Ooh, all right. We got a little bit of difference of opinion here. Andy leaning towards the baited hook, me towards the miracle. Only time will tell. So, next tournament that you see us at, we're gonna have to go ahead and have a little discussion about it.
Yeah, we're gonna have a little discussion about this later.
Nevertheless, that wraps us up for round 1 here. Andy, what would you like to see moving forward through the rest of our 5-round tournament today?
Like I said before, I would love to see these new decks and how people are creating them. I would also love to see some old established decks with new tech.
Completely fair. Andy, quick question for you. Thinking about
Yeah.
these new decks, whether it's Renekton, Kennen, Ambessa, all of the above from these Vendetta legends, do you think any of them really have the tools to combat some of the established archetypes like Irelia or like Draven, et cetera, that are in the meta currently?
Yeah, I have seen multiple Draven deck lists that have gone against sort of the meta that Vendetta has created and have been anti-meta. I have not gotten my hands on that Draven list yet, so I am very excited to maybe see that in this tournament series.
Yeah, Draven's super spicy in all honesty. We saw it fall off a lot with the bans, where rightfully so. The deck was incredibly
Yes.
powerful. It had a large share of the meta currently. And so after the bans, it fell off a lot. But honestly, it's really powerful. It fights well into Irelia because it can fight for board. The only real glaring issue with it was Starcrossed because you're stacking so much might onto some of these units with like your spinning axes and stuff, as well as Ferris Forerunners. Starcross would just be a nasty blowout. So we start to see it as it faded out. People trimmed back on their Draven hate, and now it's cropping back up. What do you think Draven's pretty good into in the current meta?
Well, Draven is an anti-meta sort of pick. We have seen Draven kind of move through the meta as a sort of like, I don't know how to explain it, like a no, we're not playing the meta. So
Sure. It's like an anti-hero from Marvel, It's like the Punisher coming out.
Yeah, it's our Deadpool. Like,
Yeah.
he will never die. And we are still okay. We just got news that we are going to another game. So
looks like we're moving into a game 3 currently So we've got
Yes.
another matchup available for us. We're going to be moving into the game 3 of the match. Spicy, the penultimate game. And looks like we're jumping into the room right meow. We've got ourselves an Aurora Jayce going up against a Ambessa, both Vendetta champions facing down, and we see an onslaught of Elder Dragons. Andy, how do you get underneath 3 Elder Dragons?
You play Dazzling Aurora. That's how you get 3 Elder Dragons. No, this list was created by a former Magic player, now a Riftbound player, Drama's Bad. And when I came into Jayce, I was really excited to play a bunch of gears. And now we are not playing any of those gears.
It's a Gutter Palace deck. There's Gutter Palace in here. First of all, we came into this match, game 3, with 3 Elder Dragons, and we get to watch Jayce absolutely dismantle this Ambessa, leading us off with a double hold, killing off the Ambessa respected and feared, then going ahead and sabotaging away the public execution, making it so that basically there's no route to victory here for Ambessa, needing to try and double conquer through double Elder Dragon in order to win this game and win this match. However, it looks like Jayce may have locked this up. Currently sitting at 5 points, so there's still another full turn cycle available to Ambessa. Berhan definitely has to try and think through what lines are available to stop this triple Elder Dragon. I don't know.
Well, with 2 cards in hand, there is not a likely way you can double conquer with Elder Dragon, and nothing in base either. Yeah.
And there it is. We jumped over to watch a commanding victory coming out of game 3 for Ace on Jayce. And yeah, you know, we saw this, or at least I saw this yesterday in the matches available to us. Aurora Jayce kind of just going relentless, either doing turn 2 Auroras, turn 3 Auroras, and just making it so that you're able to stick these Elder Dragons and then recycle them when they do end up dying over and over and over again. Pretty powerful stuff. And honestly, we didn't get to see the full showcase, but we saw what happens towards the end of the game when those Elder Dragons and Auroras get established.
Yeah, I do believe we will see Jayce again in this broadcast, but I do not know what type of Jayce we will see.
That's true.
Broadcast.
All right. Well, that wraps up round number 1. Once again, thank you all so much for tuning in to Haven's Tournament. This was round 1 of 5. And this is Perfy and Andy checking out. We'll talk back soon.
See you later.
Yo, welcome back, everyone, to Haven. We are coming up on round number 2 out of 5. And oh, just kidding. Yes.
Dazzling.
Ooh,
I want to see Nasus versus Mel.
both of those are good. Nasus versus Mel. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to round 2 of Haven. And we are looking at a pretty juicy matchup going into round number 2. Round number 1, we were able to watch two awesome matchups. We saw Kennen, which was a miracle Kennen, going up against Viktor. We saw Viktor take it down with Freshyy 2-0. And then we caught the tail end of game number 3 with Jayce on Dazzling Aurora going up against Ambessa, where Jayce took it down 2-1 in a pretty dramatic fashion. Sounds like we're going to have ourselves a set of new Vendetta champions in round 2. What are your thoughts of that, Andy?
I am super excited. I have been testing Nasus lately, which is why I was so eager for this, for seeing Nasus. But I also want to see Mel, because everyone has a different opinion of Mel. Everyone is either like, yeah, Mel's cool. She has a signature spell that's cool. That's it. Or it's been like, Mel is a sham deck. Put her under Diana and Ezreal for the Blurple for the Blurple tier list.
Oh my god!
But we are currently now at this point, hopefully, seeing if Mel is a,
is a real deck.
It's a real deck.
Yeah, honestly, Mel has a lot to live up to. The blue-purple color combination has been a powerhouse in the past couple seasons. Ezreal's been running rampant.
Yes.
We've seen our fair share of Diana running rampant, and Mel's got a lot to live up to. However, I think that Mel has a lot of opportunity. I'm super excited to see how Mel goes into it. However, honestly, I haven't seen a whole lot of Nasus, so walk me through what we might anticipate seeing in this matchup.
All right, we are getting.
Looks like we have our matchup locked in. We've got our room made, and we are currently waiting for the match to start before we jump over. So let's talk about this Nasus deck a little bit. You said you've been playing a little bit of Nasus. Tell me what kind of powerful tricks come out of the Nasus deck.
Well, Nasus is a deck that ultimately want to ramp. So you want to get to that 8 might, sort of 8 rune sort of space, so you can play your 8 cards. And Nasus on it's either for 7 or 8. If you play a 7 or 8, energy unit or spell or gear or anything, you can tap Nasus to ready 2 more runes.
Gotcha.
So that is an advantage that, we've seen Annie with our tap 2 cards, tap 2 at the end. But other than that, we haven't really seen anyone ready our runes.
Outside of Annie, yeah,
outside of Annie, which I think we already see how Annie plays.
Absolutely, yeah. Annie has crazy tempo and just has so much ability to present combat tricks and threats. It looks like we are in the room now. We're ready to jump in. Just to kind of set the stage for everyone, both of these champions are new from Vendetta. Nasus, Curator of the Sands, is a calm mind. that says when you play a unit, gear, or activated ability with energy, it costs 7 or more, and exhaust me to ready up to 2 runes. Mel, on the other hand, is a chaos mine. It says when you empower something else, empower me. Then you can exhaust her, disempower her, and give a unit at a battlefield -2 this turn. And we are off to a blazing start. Tell us about this and
Yes.
what's going on.
So Find Your Center and Nasus is a really good card. Um, it's a draw 1 and channel 1 rune exhausted, which helps you ramp up into that 7 might, 8 might sort of deal. And now we have a stack deck played by Mel. Obviously, she has a Raven Bloom student here, which is essential in kind of any blue decks. And we've already seen Clockwork Keeper played by Nasus, which is kind of our 2 might.
Our tempo play, per se.
Yes, our tempo play.
Oh my god!
Now we reveal the Astral Heron, which activates Nasus's ability and is able to play again Find Your Center, which is just draw 1 and channel 1 rune exhausted, and essentially can play that for free because Astral Heron has the text when you play your first card each turn. If I'm at a battlefield, your next card costs 2 energy or might less.
Yeah, that was a crazy series of events. We saw a tempo play Clockwork Keeper into a Find Your Center, and we immediately went on to Sunken Temple and slammed an Astral Heron. And Astral Heron, for those of you who don't know, sees itself as the first card of the turn, making it so that the Find Your Center, once you exhausted your Nasus and untapped 2 runes, costs 2 power and 2 energy less. Since it's a 3 energy spell, it basically just cost 1, giving us the opportunity to go ahead and ramp and replace itself quite efficiently while presenting 7 might on the board. However,
go ahead. Now we currently have Smokescreen being played by Mel, and we see our sort of Mel cards come out into play, which Mel is basically lower the might of a unit that looks scary.
I will say that Applied Researcher here, one of the Vendetta cards that Mel loves the most, and honestly a lot of Mind decks like a lot, is it's a 4 cost 4 might unit, and you can empower it for 3. And when you're empowered, your spells cost 1 energy and 1 power less to a minimum of 1. So as of right now, that Smokescreen cost 1 and no power, making this Astral Heron a total of 3 might. So we're presenting 5 might here on the Sunken Temple, as well as Raven Bloom Student buffing up twice by playing 2 spells. And here comes a 3rd spell, Stupefy, hitting the Astral Heron once again, making it so that this Raven Bloom Student, if this resolves, would be 5 might presenting onto the 4 might on Sunken Temple. This could be a nasty turn, and that's not even considering Mel's legend ability, Mel's Soul's Reflection, disempowering and giving one of these units -2. So this could be a huge swing turn. Although take note and take solace, Nasus fans, that Nasus has 8 runes going up to 10 next turn. It looks like we will offer a Stupefy here, which will threaten a trade. Not a bad series of events between both players. This will make it so that the board is relatively clear if it does go through and Mel has nothing in response. I would have liked to go ahead and have Mel's legend ability utilized there just to make sure that we didn't have the ability to lose our Ravenbloom student. Nevertheless, it does look like it's a trade down, and we will have 1 available rune as we score our first point and pass it over to Nasus, which has a staggering 10 runes available. What can be done on this turn? What do you expect to see, Andy?
We can either pull out a big might unit out of our hand, or we can play the chosen champion, Nasus Ascended, which automatically has Deflect 2, and if you empower it with 8 runes, it when it conquers, it scores an extra point.
Oh my god, that really shortens the clock a lot, scoring twice per conquer. That's nuts. You know, it's a good thing that Nasus isn't also purple. Imagine empowering that Nasus and ride the winds over to the other battlefield. That would be crazy. Thank God that's not the case. However, we're checking out this Battle of Mind Legends here. And, you know, I will say we will go ahead and develop the Nasus, likely untapping too, and be a siphoning strike.
Strike. Siphoning Strike is a great card for. And hold on, we hit the rebuttal.
We got signature spells on signature spells. This is crazy, Andy. We were able to go ahead and take or counter the Siphoning Strike, which feels good.
It feels good always.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, Applied Researchers made it so that the rebuttal, which is the signature spell out of Mel, costs only 1, no power. And what rebuttal says is choose a spell with energy cost no more than 4. You may pay 1 power. If you do, gain control of it, and you may make new choices for it. Otherwise, counter it. We didn't have a unit to be able to kill this Nasus, and we probably didn't want to play Deflect, so we just simply countered it for the low price of 1 energy, which is pretty good.
Yeah, also we got a Fizz out that chose Stack Deck.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that a lot. Being able to just continue filtering our hand and essentially trade 1 energy for a little bit more hand advantage and board advantage, pretty nice. Mel being developed here. When Mel enters, when you play Mel, you get to draw 1, and then you can empower Mel for 3. And with Mel empowered, your spells and abilities can't be countered. If a spell or ability you would control give minus might to a unit, it gives an additional -1 might. So making those stupefies -2 pretty juicy, in all honesty.
I mean, absolutely. We saw our Nasus Ascended just conquer Sunken Temple, which he paid 1 energy to draw 1 extra card from Sunken Temple.
You know, I bet these Mel decks wish they had 5 might units, you know?
I think they wish too.
That Ravenbloom play was going to be pretty juicy had the Nasus player not had the Stupefy, been able to clear both units and then pay to draw a card. Would have been pretty nice.
And we just pulled out the Steel Paws. Now, Steel Paws doesn't look like a good card at the start, but if you power 7 of it for 7 energy, it has +7 might.
So we have a 1 cost, 7 might deflect unit. That's pretty crazy. You know, I say 1 cost, it's kind of a sham. It's technically 8 cost if you.
It's an 8 cost. Yeah. And now we put a hidden card onto Sunken Temple, and also brought out the Scuttle Grab.
So, as the Mel player, Andy, tell me, what kind of options do we have to get rid of some incredibly tall units like Nasus, like this empowered Steel Paws? How do we kill these guys?
So, basically, it's Mel's gimmick to just kind of de-ramp these units into like less might, so it could be more powerful with we are playing the Star-Crossed, which is return a friendly unit and an enemy unit to their owner's hand.
It's almost like I set it up for us here, Andy. Star-Crossed, probably our best way to remove things from the board of Nasus for these incredibly large, incredibly empowered units. We're going to go ahead and be able to bring our Fizz back and send that Nasus back home into the hand of our Nasus player. And we do have the ability to go ahead and play Fizz and Star-Cross this empowered Steel Paws as well, if we so desire. This Applied Researchers has put in work in regards to reducing power costs. as we send Mel forward to go ahead and conquer to 4 after we had conquered the Rockfall path. We're in pretty prime position, and I will say that this Nasus player should be a little bit wary looking at this exposed Mel here. Clearly there's something afoot.
There is something afoot with runes up and being able to
Yeah, it looks like a smoke screen, which is discounted by applied researchers, but then having to pay for a deflect might end up making this a favorable trade here for Mel, giving it -5, which is -4 from the printed text, and then the additional -1 from Mel due to being empowered.
and
We're gonna
here
try.
we got that Stupefy.
Yeah, we're gonna try and trade blows here with a Stupefy onto the Mel, attempting to make her a little bit dumber. -10 IQ. It does look like it will go through. However, we're still in a favorable position here for Mel, as the mites are currently at 2-3. And I will say that Steel Paul is definitely unlikely to draw a card off Sunken Temple if we do win this battle.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Now we have our Nasus and Mel's deck list here. We see that there are 3 Steel Paws, so it's not going to be a it can come up earlier. And hold on, we have our Nasus Ascended back into our base.
We're so back, baby. We're playing Nasus Ascendant. We're untapping.
And we're also playing Steel Paws.
Steel Paws Part 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Yes. Now, next turn, it will not be able to. This Nasus player will not be able to empower both units, but making sure our Scuttle Crab is safe with a hidden card.
Yeah, so a pretty large development turn coming out of our Nasus player, Sithis. Sithis went ahead and sent the Steel Paws over to the Sunken Temple, met by a smoke screen, and ended up losing the combat. So decided to develop a second Steel Paws as well as a Nasus, moving the Scuttle Crab into Rockfall path and hiding a card. We are back over to our Mel player, who goes ahead and sends forward their applied researchers onto the Rockfall path to try and take control of this Scuttle Crab. So Scuttle Crab's Death Knell trigger will go on the stack, and with it on the stack, we will play the hidden Zanya's Hourglass so that we don't try and save the Scuttle Crab. Now we're seeing hand here. Do we see anything spicy? Oh, a rebuttal.
Rebuttal. Yeah. Our rebuttal right here. Also, we see Turd to Dust, so we can see that Zanya's Hourglass gone.
Yeah, you definitely can't be happy to see Turn to Dust. You thought you were going to save one of your incredibly large units over on the side of Sithis, and it turns out it might not stick around for a while as we do.
And there we go.
So for a low cost of 1 energy, we turn to dust the Zanya's Hourglass. It doesn't technically go to the trash, right, Meow? It would stay and be temporary until the beginning phase. We go ahead and recommit to this Fizz and probably a Star-Crossed. Yep, Star-Crossed.
There we go.
Back to hand you go, Nasus. We will we will pay for Deflect 2. Unfortunately, Deflect 2 is pretty strong. But now Star-Crossed no longer in the graveyard. Now at the bottom of the deck, these future big units are going to be difficult to deal with. And we have an exposed applied researchers on this Rockfall path. What do you think we're going to end up seeing happen here?
Well, we just saw the Plundering Poro just played. If we look on Nell's basically list, we have a lot of spells. We have 2 Temporal Breaches, which helps a lot with the 2,000 Tail Watchers. So if we can develop that rune state, we can possibly see a 1,000 Tail Watcher coming up soon.
Yeah, right now, looking at Sithis' side with Nasus, we're in a little bit of a quandary. So we have currently 12 runes available to us, but we don't have a lot of board state. We will, in fact, float one energy and play Premonition, which allows us to draw 3 cards to try and dig through and see if we can find a way out of this. Looking at this board state, we're very likely to be able to at least conquer the Rockfall path. However, it doesn't necessarily set us up into a winning board state into an opponent that's on 6 and has another Fizz in hand, which would threaten to be able to smokescreen with rebuttal backup. And
there we go.
Like
we see the
getting a concession out of Sithis on the Nasus' side. And we are currently 1-0 for Mel as they're going. Wait, did they just roll dice again? It's okay. Not a big deal.
Okay. We have some technical errors on their side, but it is okay to continue going because it turns out Nasus had the higher roll.
Nailed it. You know, he knew he'd win the roll anyway. But looking into game number 2, what kind of sideboarding do you expect to see coming out of this Nasus player? Do you think that there's anything in the board that might be noteworthy that might come up?
Yeah, so I'm looking at sideboard right now. We see our one of Charm. We can see Helm Up Suppression. Also pulling out the Siphoning Strike, our signature spell from Nasus.
I definitely think Charm will come up because some of those Empower units on Mel's side has been very, very impactful in this matchup. If we were able to maybe perhaps get rid of the Mel chosen champion or the Applied Researchers earlier, it might have made it so that it was significantly more strenuous on the power and energy of Mel to continue, you know, slinging all of those spells. Nevertheless, we are into game number 2. Sithis on the play goes ahead and establishes a Steel Paws into a Find Your Center after conquering to 1 point a lowly 0 might cat just chilling on the paper tree, which might end up channeling us a rune.
Also, to be noted is that Mel had 3 runes available and chose to do nothing.
Might be something to note moving forward that Mel might have a stacked mid to late game hand or a very reactionary hand as we play a Applied Researchers and pass the turn. A trigger of the paper tree should go into effect here, ramping both of these players up, and it does indeed. To 2 points we go with these Steel Paws. And we do have the magical 7. Tell us what 7 runes available will do for us here.
7 runes available will let us have our Astral Heron out, actually. And have Charm move to enemy unit to the paper tree. So this Applied Researcher, I think our Nasus player learned from last turn that that Applied Researcher needs to go.
Absolutely. We talked about that during sideboarding, and perhaps maybe that's what came in. However, nevertheless, it came up big time here. It was free of power and free of energy because of Astral Heron, and using Nasus' ability to be able to untap 2 runes really gives us the opportunity to leave 2 up for maybe a Defy or something where necessary. However, we will push forward onto Sigil of the Storm and make it 3 points to 0 as Mel, with nothing in the base and no points to account for, has a lot to do.
Yeah, I think this Nasus player is slowly learning the power. The power that we thought was not there with Mel, and is ultimately going to maybe show us the different strengths that Mel has compared to the blue-purple decks that are established.
Yeah, so I definitely think that Nasus here, with a flurry of units on the board, being double paws, double Steel Paws, giving us tempo as well as having the removal for Applied Researcher makes it so that it's a tricky situation. We don't have a lot of time to develop and empower units from Mel's side. And so we've got to try and start to find a way to get rid of these Steel Paws, as well as find a way to get rid of this Astral Heron as well. Because Astral Heron's going to make it so that you're going to get continuous value and make it pretty awkward. So we're going to go ahead and commit an Applied Researcher and empower it, basically taking the entire turn for Mel. So we pass over to 5 points for Sithis. And both players ramping up for this paper tree once again. Wondering what we might see come out of Sithis here with 9 available runes, 2 unempowered Steel Paws, and an Astral Heron, which will go into effect after the first card is played.
Yeah, so we could possibly see a, well, now we are seeing a basically free spell.
Yeah, Find Your Center, making it so that the next card's going to cost 2 energy and 2 power less.
Yep, and that is our Nasus Ascendant, which we are going to see maybe get empowered. And we're moving our Astral Heron back.
Big boy in the base. We brought out our Nasus. We untapped 2, so we still have some interaction, or at least air quotes faux interaction, faking it. We move the squad back to the base. We're at 5 points. We're ahead pretty handily here. And we're going to say, Mel, what can you do in the face of multiple incredibly large units? So
yeah, I would be a little scared with those units in the base.
I also would be scared looking down like 20 might. We're sitting at what, 15, 22 might if you empower one of these Steel Paws. I definitely think that right now is a really powerful situation and strong tempo coming out of the Nasus. We're going to have to see something like Star-Crossed Fizz Star-Crossed to be able to kind of bring and claw this game back as of right now. I anticipate Mel's probably looking for a way to be able to develop this board a little bit more to set up to clear it moving forward. We know we have 1 full turn cycle available to us, barring like a time warp out of the Nasus player. And it looks like we're going to lead off with a Bellows Breath. And we're going to float some energy to pay for Deflect, it looks like. We're probably Bellows Breathing a Steel Paws, an Astral Heron, and a Nasus. I'm wondering if the play here is going to be to play a Thousand Tail Watcher, and then
hold on, we got a Not So Fast from our Nasus.
Yeah, Not So Fast coming in clutch here, making it so this play is incredibly awkward, if I do say so myself, because we just went ahead and floated 1 energy and recycled 2 runes almost for naught. Fizz coming back out with our floated rune energy rather. What can we play? It looks like Bellows Breath is likely the only thing we can play. We'll probably avoid targeting the Nasus once again. However, we're down to 6 runes. We just got rid of some cats.
Yep, and there goes 2 of our 3 Steel Paws.
Man, we have recycled quite a bit this turn, trying to clear this back line. And the question is, we haven't even gotten to the good parts yet. Nasus as well as Astral Heron still both standing in this base. The question remains, what can Mel do to clear this off? I can't imagine we're going to expose our Applied Researchers and try and go in for a point, but we do.
No.
All right. You know, that's really telling. That tells me that likely we have some combination of smoke screens or stupefies, and the committing the Mel onto this paper tree tells me that it's very likely we have a lot of combat tricks in hand and we're okay with utilizing them. Dredge up for 1. That's not bad, but we're down to only 2 resources, which means that we at most can only have 2 combat tricks. And so if Nasus has really anything here, we're likely in a pretty commanding position to walk forward and kind of clear this up.
Yes, we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So absolutely in a good spot here for Nasus. We might squeak out a game 2. Oh, siphoning strike,
Siphoning
baby.
Strike.
Siphoning Strike looking to get rid of this Applied Researchers. This is big because Applied Researchers is discounting spells for the Mel player. So if Applied Researchers does go down before anything is committed, it really opens the door up for Sithis to just walk forward and just take control of this game.
Yeah, and now we see that since we're controlling 7 or more runes, we get a 7 damage onto the Applied Researcher.
Yeah, so buffing its might up won't be very effective. So at this point, I think we're in a pretty good spot. I think we might be able to walk forward and start to take control of this game and get on to match point, or game point rather.
On the chain, we just saw Shock Blast, and hold on.
Game number 2 in the books.
Game 3.
Nasus takes it down, and we are fiercely going into game 3.
Yes. Okay. So now we have our game 3. What do we see from Mel, and what do we see from Nasus?
Yeah, so I think, Mel, the big thing here is you need to aggressively push to have an early game action. We saw Mel really not commit anything in the first turn whatsoever. And so we know that there are Plundering Poros in this list. We know there's early game interaction. We really just need to start to commit it and not give Nasus the point tempo. We saw if we were able to stunt the point tempo of the Nasus player early on, as an example from game 1, that we're able to go ahead and develop these larger drawn out combats to where we have more interaction and more pressure to be able to do it. And so Forgotten Monument as well as Frozen Fortress played here, and looky, Plundering Poro, first play for Mel. That's exactly what you want to see.
Yes, and now we see our 3 runes, and Nasus pulling out a Scuttle Crab for that draw 1.
I will say, though, if you kind of think through some of the units here in this Nasus deck, it probably lines up pretty nicely for Mel, considering there are multiple Steel Paws, there are multiple Scuttle Crabs, and Bellows Breath honestly just has to be pretty juicy into these different Zero Might units. So this is exactly what we want to see from Mel, Plundering Poro into an Applied Researcher. This means we have both tempo and we're setting up for the mid to late game where we can empower Applied Researcher and stupefy onto the Plundering Poro, which had taken 1 damage from Frozen Fortress. That was the freest of plays.
That was just an easy play, a nice play, smooth play coming from Sithis.
Yeah, great awareness from Sithis to be able to take down this Plundering Poro and replace it for the low cost of 1 energy. And we're going to shove forward the Scuttle Crab onto the Frozen Fortress. It is I was going to say a sacrificial crab,
retreat.
But I was wrong. But wait, retreat onto the crab, ramps the rune.
Yeah, and we channel a rune. And we also draw 1 again.
Here we go, Scuttle Crab Part 2 Electric Boogaloo into a Steel Paws, and do we get to see a Bellows Breath 2-for-1? All right, we empower our Applied Researcher. We empower our Mel.
Yeah, empower with our Mel. We know our goal. And now we see our Bellows Breath being used on Steel Paws and Scuttle Crab, which kind of...
Look at this hand! Dredge up, Singularity, and double Temporal Reach.
Now, if you were the Nasus player, what are you thinking?
Okay, so if I'm the Nasus player, I'm thinking, number 1, I need to play things that are...
Yes.
Cards in hand. Temporal Reach does literally nothing at this current point in time. It might be able to banish 1 of my units temporarily, but it's not like there's a rockfall path down, you know? Dredge Up is quite literally 1 cost with the Empowered Applied Researcher. So we're in a pretty decent spot here for our Nasus player. As long as we can commit something chonky to the board next turn,
Yeah,
it could be difficult.
and now we know that we have no combat tricks in Mel's hand.
Yeah.
She is going to flow the dredge up to see if she can get anything to kind of use that temporal breach, to use that. Well, she already banished dredged up, but to hopefully in the future use these.
I really like what I'm seeing here. I like that we did not push forward the applied researchers, expose it to any of these battlefields, just in the event that, there is something that could be done to kill it. We really are relying on our applied researchers to close out this game for us. We go ahead and shove out our Nasus, our chosen champion, on the Nasus side and ship the turn back over to Mel. And this is exactly where Mel wants to be. Everything is in her hands to be able to, dictate the flow of this game. We
And
have
now she has a stacked deck.
Yep, card selection off a stack deck. We've got plenty of interaction potentially for Nasus. There are a couple of dead cards potentially in hand at the moment, but we're pretty well set up to fight this. I'm kind of loving this position. I think that this is either player's game. If you were to kind of decide a little preemptively, who do you think is favored right now, Andy?
Right now we have a 1-1, which is not a usual way to start a Riftbound game. We kind of see a tempo going from 2, 4, 6, 8. But now we have that Ravenbloom student come up. And Mel coming up, draw 1. And now the more we play spells on Mel's side, the more powerful that Ravenbloom student is.
This is a really scary turn, Andy. This is what I think is going to happen. I think Nasus is going to walk forward and conquer Forgotten Monument, and we're going to charm both Mel and applied researchers because Mel is basically tapped out. Only one available rune up. This really is the turn that Sithis needs to start to whittle down this backline and make it awkward. And
a Thousand Tail Watcher.
Oh no, is there a Bellows Breath coming? Please. I don't know if they play it, but if there's a Bellows Breath here, it would be a knockout punch for Sithis.
And knockout punch.
KO. All right, well.
And a rebuttal. And a defy.
Rebuttal met by a defy. This is really the big turn. Whenever Mel goes effectively shields down, which means that you only have 1, maybe 2 runes available, it's your time to shine. And this was Sithis's time to shine in game number 3, is able to Bellows Breath into Thousand-Tailed Watchers, the entire backline of Mel. All of that hard work, all of that setup into the trash. Nothing.
And now we are seeing a singularity. If there is a Bellows Breath, we will see.
We knew about
we got rid of that Thousand-Tailed Watcher.
Yeah, we made the Thousand-Tailed Watcher a little bit stupid. We were able to clear the back line, and we dredge up to try and get back into this game. Really, our road to Rome here is we need to find a cheap unit and a Star-Crossed. We're holding here. We're not winning super fast for Sithis, so we still have 1, maybe 2 turn cycles to try and dredge something together for Skuamato on Mel. However, the window is closing fast.
Yes. Right now, we kind of have a choice of who do we empower next, Nasus or our Steel Balls. And as we see, we got a dredge up right there. Flow in the trash, which means it will go and be banished next turn. This turn.
Yeah, but seeing that, if you're Sithis, is great. You're thinking to yourself, they don't have anything better to do with their energy than to draw a card. To draw a card in this state of the game while you're behind is kind of a death sentence. And I know death sentence is a different champion altogether. That's fine. Sithis looking quite good in this current situation. likely empowering the Steel Paws and walking forward onto Frozen Fortress. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Going to have 4 runes up, maybe commits like a Scuttle Crab or something into the back line, but we're in a pretty good spot. And no,
Oh, we got a move an enemy unit coming this way.
yeah, adding some salt to the wound here, going ahead and
Ooh, we
I
are
think,
going to Starcross.
yeah, punishing this order of events quite heavily. Very frequently, you would want to move your Steel Paws over first, try and get that conquer point, and then make a decision. However, because we and thus making it so that we're going to have to just recommit to the board. Starcross is honestly in a good spot in the graveyard, making it so that Fizz can effectively get rid of this Nasus. So we're actually in an okay spot as long as we have something to kill this Steel Paws with. We can like Fizz Starcross the Nasus and then Bellows Breath or maybe like a Deadly Flourish onto the Steel Paws, and we're kind of right back into this game. Right now, Mel's sitting with 7 cards in hand, and a lot of what Nasus wants to do or Sithis wants to do is pretty expensive. Are you still leaning towards this being a 50-50, Andy, or where's the advantage bar at?
Where is the... Well, we just got our Fizz, so I'm thinking the advantage kind of goes to our Mel player, who is currently going to take out our Steel Balls, meaning that we cannot double conquer next turn. Or we can, but at what cost?
That's very true. The question is, will we go ahead and empower Nasus and try and make this dream come to life? I think it's a lot to ask for, to be honest with you. I can't imagine we do so knowing there's 2 temporal breaches in hand. And here comes the Thousand
Tail Watcher.
All right, we're going to untap 2. It's a hasty boy with Accelerate, making him fast onto this Frozen Fortress, trying to take us to 6 points, threatening a double hold win. And here comes Bellows Breath, Part 2, Electric Boogaloo into a rebuttal.
And a rebuttal right there.
And another die. We've seen this play out. We've seen this happen. It was great the first time. It's even better the second time. And this might be game. This might be Sithis. And it is Sithis taking it home 2-1. Seeing a Nasus win is quite juicy. Andy,
yes.
What do you think of this match? What did you think of this Nasus?
I think this match shows the power of both Mel and Nasus. A lot of people are not the biggest fans of green blue decks. I am seeing both colors at the same time, but right now we are kind of sitting at this place where we have these new champions, we have these new features. So this shows that Nasus could possibly reestablish or possibly establish himself as a good deck to play for our RCQs, for our regional championship.
Sure. Yeah, I think that what Nasus showed here was a powerful end game. And with the ability to accelerate out an early game through Steel Paws, through Scuttle Crabs, it makes it so that you have the flexibility to pivot to an early game strategy to try and get underneath something like an Aurora deck or a Dazzling Aurora deck, as well as you have the late game synergies to play a huge Nasus or empower these Steel Paws or play Thousand Tail Watcher to move into those mid to late games effectively and efficiently. I think that the Nasus deck showed a lot of grit during that match. Both decks looked quite good. I do think that Nasus, in my personal opinion, might have been arguably the best combination of Calm Mind we've seen yet. I know that there's a lot of Ahri stands out there. I being one of them, I love Ahri, but Ahri has the late game longevity issues, whereas Nasus did not seem to have that same problem. However, we're gonna have to let history be the judge and look forward into the future to see if this holds true later on. However, let's shift gears to the Mel here, Andy. Tell me, what did you
Yes.
like most about this Mel deck?
Mel has a great way of uh, taking spells and with Applied Researcher and discounting them.
Yeah.
Also, having a signature spell be as powerful as Rebuttal is a great thing to have. But we saw in the game that we have Defy.
That's true.
Defy is actually just a card that can beat Rebuttal.
Yep,
so
absolutely.
easily. And yeah.
Andy, tell me on the power level of signature spells. We're going to take a step back to the beginning of this series. We were talking about how Mel has a lot of hype to live up to, being a Chaos Mind deck, looking at things like Ezreal, looking at things like Diana. How does Rebuttal stack up to Arcane Shift, or how does it stack up to Moonfall? What are your thoughts there?
So I can tell you for sure that no, I don't see Ezreal decks playing Arcane Shift anymore. So we have that, making it probably like the least used our like signature spell. We have Diana with her Moonfall, which is such a powerful spell. But in the middle of that, we have Rebuttal, which is just kind of like our Mel's Defy that can also be defied.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
yeah, if we have a blue-purple Defy, that can change the game for Mel. But it has to be in the right place in the right time.
I agree with you. I think that the tier list, in my personal opinion, is just the same as yours. At the top of the tier of these colored signature spells, you've got Moonfall. Has the ability to turn the tides of the game single-handedly with it. We've seen it time and time again. We've seen Alan ZQ, so quite a few established players use Moonfall to extreme success. And then you have Rebuttal, which I think is the second best, or at least we'll see the second most play. And then third on this list was the Arcane Shift, which I'll be honest with you, I own like 300 of them. I think that card personally is nuts. It's kind of like Temporal that also deals damage, but you know, I won't pull hairs. Ezreal doesn't want that card too much. Nevertheless, I agree with that tier list. I think there was a lot to like about those. I think that we might have another game ahead of us.
Yes.
A second game available to us. Tell us a little bit about what we are expecting to see here in this second match that we're going to be heading over to.
We will see what we... it is going to be a Vex Jayce round. So we are either going to... we are going to see our Jayce list we've seen before, because it is a Aurora Jayce.
So we are coming into game number 3. This is a Dazzling Aurora Jayce list. By the way, production, this is the second time in 2 rounds where we've gone into our second match, and it is a Jayce with multiple Elder Dragons on the battlefield in game number 3. We have to stop meeting this way. But nevertheless, we have 2 Elder Dragons, one at Rockfall Path, one in the base of Jayce. That rhymed a little bit. And right now the Vex not looking so hot. Only a lowly Bewitching Spirit in the base, 4 cards in hand. Can we find our way out of this with only 2 points on the board, Andy? What do we got to do here?
What do we have to do here? I am going to quickly find where I am. So, we have multiple Elder Dragons, and we have a Pack of Wonders and a Bewitching Spirit. Now, we have to see Vex come out and try to disrupt this, but currently we have our Jayce player, and he is going to channel 2 runes exhausted. If you can't channel 2 runes this way, draw 1.
I will say
And
that this list from the Jayce player is a little bit different than lists we've seen in the past. I know that it's a new deck. It's straight out of Vendetta. We did see a big list happen recently in the tournament yesterday where one of the Jayce Aurora players top forward. However, this one runs Dead Bloom Predator as well as Elder Dragon. We see in the trash, we see a Dead Bloom Predator. We likely see this off of the invert timelines that was recently put into the trash from the Vex player. And both players sitting at that precarious 4 cards in hand kind of leads me to believe we recently saw an invert timelines to try and dredge our way out of this game. 3 points here for Ace, 2 points here for David on the Vex. And we've got a full grip and 10 runes available to us. What do you think we could possibly see happen here, Andy?
now I am going to look at this Vex list because you never know. I think Vex has definitely changed with the with some of these Vendetta cards coming in. We have like our Steel Paws. We are playing Steel Paws in this list, and we are also playing Gust Monk and Karox, which are also cards that are coming from Vendetta. Tornado Warrior, also coming from Vendetta. Yeah, it's going to be not traditional Vex like we see, but a new Vex.
This Vex list is spicy. We got Gust Monks, we got Tornado Warriors, we have Ravenbloom Prefects. This deck is very different from Vex lists in the past. Just kind of looking through, perusing, one would say, the trash here coming out of David on Vex. It does look like we might have a lot to do. We'll start it off with a Tail Cloaked Matriarch, which for those of you who don't know is a 4-cost 4 might unit with Empower 2+1 power, which says when I become empowered, you may choose a unit in your trash with energy cost no more than 3 and a power cost no more than 1. Play it to your base, ignoring its cost. For those of you who aren't super aware, this generally is used to target Fizz, and then Fizz would go ahead and find things like Starcross, which it kind of lined up pretty well to be, that's what's currently in our trash. The question is, will the line be seen here by David to be able to go ahead and start to chip away at these Elder Dragons? I do think that there is a possibility that we can kind of make this work out, as Pack of Wonders plus Tailcloaked Matriarch gives us a lot of agency to kind of recur these Fizzes, recur these Bewitching Spirits. Looking at this list, it looks pretty cool.
And our Disarming Rake comes out, which kills a gear, which is going to be our Dazzling Aurora. Yeah. Now, we do have 2 Elder Dragons up, which means we can double conquer. But we can double conquer, and it will, kill anything on the field. But
we're going to end our turn here after sending back our Bewitching Spirit to hand, making it so that we aren't exposing it to the onslaught of Elder Dragons to come. Jayce, currently with quite a bit of energy available, 8 runes. However, we'll be able to add a net 3 coming out of this egg.
And Bellows Breath, which is coming out. And we might see something coming from our Vex player's side, which is Starcross.
Starcross, number 1, trying to send home one of these Elder Dragons. Will make it so that our Tail-Cloaked Matriarch will die. We will save our Disarming Rake so that if we do need to take care of another Aurora or this Plate Worm egg, we have that ability at our disposal. Clairvoyance being played here, which honestly is a super underrated card. Clairvoyance, one of the new Vendetta cards that costs 7 at reaction speed, says Predict 5, which allows you to look at the top 5 cards of your deck, and you can recycle any of them or put them back on the top of the deck in any order, and then you draw 2. So just so much card selection. Not quite the card selection that you would get from Stacked Deck, but the next best thing. What do you think about Clairvoyance in this deck or coming out of Vendetta?
I think in this deck it is needed. when we have an Aurora deck like this, we need to know where our Dazzling Aurora is. But it is also a powerful unit for our powerful spell for our blue decks, because Predict 5, we do not get that type of like looking into our decks for our stack decks. We only look at 3 cards. We choose one of those cards, but we only look at 3 cards and recycle the rest.
Yeah, and one of the powerful things specifically out of predicting 5 instead of something like stack deck, if you do happen to see 2, or if you're really unlucky, 3 cards on your stack deck that you want, you know you've got to ship 2 of them to the bottom.
Yeah.
However, we will send forward our Jayce onto this minefield, going ahead and taking the top 2 cards of our deck and putting them into our trash, aka burning 2. Setting us up onto even points. We're now at 4. It's 4-3. And I think the Vex player honestly is in a prime spot to kind of make our way back into this game. As long as we can get rid of this other Elder Dragon and set ourselves up, as we see a Steel Paws developed into a Kerox. Kerox is a 6 cost, 5 might unit that says empower for basically a billion, but empower for 6 energy and 2 power. When I become empowered, choose an opponent. They burn 3. Then you may do this: choose a unit in their trash and play it, ignoring its cost. So basically, if you can take down one of these Elder Dragons, you can empower Kerox, and then it's your Elder Dragon.
I love our kind of like switching card. Well,
goodbye, Kerox.
I was about to say that I love our kind of like switching cards kind of method we have with like Glowstone, for example, which is a card that you basically throw to your opponent and say, figure this out, and it deals 5 damage to every one of the units over there.
Here it comes. We had 12 runes. We play Kerox for 6. It looks like we're empowering Kerox. And if there's a Elder Dragon in the trash here, which there is, this is going to be a blowout. Elder Dragon being able to target Elder, and Jayce. This could be huge. We get our own Elder Dragon, sending theirs to banish. And well, not necessarily banish. We're creating a copy, which is effectively taking theirs and wiping the board from Ace. This was a blowout turn.
Yes, it shows how powerful this card is, because against Dazzling Aurora, you can take an Elder Dragon.
And what looked like a incredibly winning board position with Jayce and Ace has turned the tables. Oh, how the turntables have turned, as David in prime position with board control and threatening a double hold currently still has 1 full turn cycle ahead of him because he's only on 5.
Right.
Do you think with 2 Elder Dragons in the trash and the 3rd Elder Dragon sitting there for your opponent, is there any way to claw your way out of this, Andy?
Okay. There is a way for him to claw out of this, and that's obviously Dazzling Aurora.
Well, Dazzling Aurora won't be able to find another Elder Dragon because 2 are in the trash and the other one's stolen. So, I mean, there might be another ally or unit rather in this deck that might help. However, with all 3 Elder Dragons effectively gone, you'll have to find a way to put one of them back into the deck and then Dazzling Aurora. And it doesn't look like we've got that at the moment. Is this lights out? Andy, how do we win this?
Let me see. Let me see, because I honestly am looking at this, and
I'll tell you what, here's what has to happen. Jayce needs a garbage grabber and needs it right meow. So what they did was they set it up so that we can say, all right, we can get garbage grabber here. And then if we draw it, we can put both of our dragons back into the deck, and then we can play Dazzling Aurora. That's our win condition here. However, if David plays this right, even an Elder Dragon Dazzling Aurora does not get us there. Because if we stack these decks, oh no, we're going to play and empower once again the same Karox that we bounced a hand last turn with Pack of Wonders to steal another unit from our Dazzling Aurora player, which is probably another Elder Dragon, if I do say so myself.
Yep, perfect. Another Elder Dragon copy. And the only thing I can see coming out of this is if we draw another promising future.
No, there's still a way to do this. Hear me out. Garbage Grabber, put one of the last Elder Dragon into the deck. Play Dazzling Aurora, and then if you have it, you play the one that deals 1 damage to all units at the battlefields.
And it's kind of game over.
Yeah, you play that, and then you get your last Elder Dragon from the Dazzling Aurora. You have the ability to do this because you have 2 empowered eggs here. So you've got the resources to do it. The question is, do you have the cards? And Temporal Breach?
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Temporal Breach, grabbing one of these Elder Dragons, banishing it, and then putting it back onto the minefield. The question is, what is this hidden card? If it's a back off, we might be okay. Because Temporal Breach, if I remember correctly, will take this Elder Dragon, return it back to Ace because he's the owner, and puts it back onto Minefield, which will kill the Bewitching Spirit, kill the other Elder Dragon.
And we got an Elder Dragon in play.
Yeah, we have an Elder Dragon in play. We're going to kill the Bewitching Spirit, kill the Elder Dragon that the opponent has, or in this case, David on Vex. And then it's an Elder Dragon versus a Zero Might Steel Paws and a Karox. This is nuts. Temporal Breach is a menace. This card has been good over and over and over again.
I will say this card is a must-have for our future Vendetta players.
Oh my god. So we're playing a Tornado Warrior from Hidden, and Tornado Warrior says, Hidden, when you play me face down, you may empower something else here, disempower it to end the turn. However, we're going to respond to that with a flurry of blades, killing everything at the battlefield. It looks like it was another route to the same play, but effectively the same play. But Tornado Warrior not going to be able to disempower something, so likely not going to be able to end the turn because there's nothing left to disempower.
Right. And now we are resolving the chain, and what are you thinking as a Vex player right now?
So Vex player, your thought here is Star-Crossed, please Star-Crossed. Obviously the opponent will be able to replay the Elder Dragon next turn, but sitting at 7, really the only way you're probably getting out of this is to bounce this Elder Dragon or another Karox to make your own Elder Dragon. We know there are 2 in the trash of Ace. And so really all you've got to do is try and stall the game out so that you can inevitably burn them out, potentially.
And now we got that Star-Crossed.
Yep, here we go. Star-Crossed Fizz to send back the Elder Dragon. We're going to play Fizz again.
And invert timelines.
Oh, this is it. This is it. David on 7 points, going to invert timelines. Everyone's going to discard their hand and draw 4. Guess how many cards are in the deck for Jayce? 4. What happens next turn? They have to draw a card. Is this a win by burnout?
This is a win by burnout, which is...
It looked so tragic when we came over. Just like round 1, we came over. Ace had multiple Elder Dragons, was in a commanding position, but David found a way to claw it back through this innovative Vex list, and I think this might be game. I think all they have to do is end the turn, and through burnout, the game is over. However, There is no however. Should go to 8 points through burnout for David, and this should be GG as the start of the turn has come about for Ace. And what a fun, what an innovative way to end this game. David finding the lines. Oh, dude, invert timelines is nuts.
Invert timelines is nuts, and to be able to see that, like, there is alternate win conditions here.
Yeah.
We have, yeah, and our Vex player takes it over our Jayce player. That is David over Ace.
Yeah, David winning that set 2-1. That was crazy. And the way that David took it was crazy. And not a lot of players will see the burnout line, in all honesty. When you saw the Fizz Starcross, you were thinking to yourself, oh man. So you've bought yourself an extra turn, but how do you dig out of another Elder Dragon? Turns out David had this in the back pocket the whole time. This Vex list is different than most of the other Vex lists we've ever seen. I haven't been up to date on many of the Vendetta deck lists for Vex, but this one looked dope. I especially like the Kerox as well as the Tail Cloaked Matriarch. What were your thoughts on that match?
I think Kerox showed its worth as a piece of a deck. I mean, it is. Let me look up this list again because I am going to just look. It's a 3 of in this Vex deck.
Yeah, it's quite good.
It's quite good. It is that good, and we are going to be seeing it throughout our purple decks. May not be in our blue-purple decks, but maybe in our other chaos decks.
I will say that the great thing about Kerox is as more cards in this game gets released, you can see that the pool of powerful cards continues to increase. And because the decks are limited to 39 cards, it's not like deck sizes are increasing, which means that there are more and more powerful units getting stuffed into these decks, which means cards like Kerox will almost always have a prime target outside of like some of those full control lists. Outside of those, Kerox is going to just run rampant, being able to empower and take some of the strongest units in the opponent's deck multiple times, as well as removing it from their deck in the event that they play something like Dazzling Aurora with Garbage Grabber to send them back into the deck. That was crazy. I greatly enjoyed that. That was super fun. I think that we're going to be heading over into a quick break while we set up for round number 3. Any final second thoughts before we head to break here, Andy?
I think I am excited to see the next game. We just saw a game that was determined by like a deck out. So I am ready for whatever comes the rest of the day.
We saw 3 Vendetta champions last round. What will we see next? All of you have an awesome time. We'll be right back for a quick break. Grab your popcorn. Hey everyone, welcome back to Haven. We are here for round 3, and guess what? We've got a set 2 banger. We've got Ezreal versus Azir. Andy, tell me, who do you like in this matchup?
So I have both played Azir and Ezreal. Two very different play styles. I'm ready to see what these decks have to offer after being introduced to Vendetta cards.
Oh yeah. So we've got Ashe here on Ezreal, and we've got Minimagnet, who I may refer to as Mini moving forward, on Azir. We have Hall of Legends, which is coming out of Azir, Emperor of the Sands, and we have the Sigil of the Storm coming out of Ashe on Ezreal. Just to give you a quick setting the stage for those of you who aren't aware, Azir, Emperor of the Sands, is a legend that says your Sand Soldiers have Weapon Master, and you can pay 1 and exhaust or tap your Emperor of the Sands to play a 2 Might Sand Soldier token to your base. Use only if you've played an equipment. And on the opposite end of the spectrum, we have Ezreal, Prodigal Explorer, that says tap or exhaust, reaction, draw 1, use only if you've chosen enemy units and or gear twice this turn with spells or unit abilities. So we're going to lead us off with turn number 1 for Ashe with a classic Pack of Wonders. This card is a menacing setup for Ezreal players. What are your thoughts on Pack of Wonders, Andy?
Pack of Wonders is menacing and keeps Ezreal as a great control deck. We have seen both of our players get out to a good start compared to decking out, like not seeing what's best. And now we just gave our Sand Soldier on guard, which helped us not get killed by a Deadly Flourish.
Yeah.
And we are seeing our Azir deck slowly ramp up with our with Sand Soldiers and now Recruits.
This was a punishing set of turns here for the Ezreal player in Ashe. We went ahead and established the Pack of Wonders into a Deadly Flourish, which effectively was counteracted by the On Guard, which gave our Sand Soldier +2, keeping it alive through the Deadly Flourish. And this set us up to go ahead and move forward into the Hall of Legends after we created a Sand Soldier from our Doran's Shield, letting us pay 1 and pay 1 more to ready and re-exhaust our Emperor to put out another Sand Soldier. So we're in a prime position to tempo out this game. However, we're going ahead and starting this little engine of card advantage on the Ezreal side, playing Bewitching Spirit, forcing the Azir player to discard a card, then returning it to hand with Pack of Wonders and replaying it again to discard another card. So we're trading point economy for hand economy. What are your thoughts on that? And do you think that the hand economy will end up mattering at all?
I believe the hand economy will end up mattering because Azir's ultimate goal is to get these Sand Soldiers to swarm, and if Azir cannot get these Sand Soldiers with their mights up enough to face some of our units in Ezreal's deck or his combat tricks, it might be a done game for Ezreal.
I 100% agree. I think we're in a little bit of a tough spot. However, we still have a pretty massive army available to us, and 4 units in the base and 1 on each battlefield here for Minimagnet on Azir. And there's a lot to do here. 2 cards still in hand for Minimagnet, so we can either look to start to churn out the rest of those cards in hand from Ashe using this Bewitching Spirit, or conversely, we could potentially start to chip away at this board. It looks like we're going to lead us off with a Bewitching Spirit once again, returning it with a Pack of Wonders to make Minimagnet discard down to 1 card, unless we have 2 reactions we want to play in response to this.
Oh, and had to get rid of the Defy, which means there is something in that deck that something.
Oh no!
No.
All right, so we go ahead and play a second Pack of Wonders, return the Bewitching Spirit to hand and replay it, really using out all of our resources and making it so that they have to discard. They will use the Discipline in response and then discard the card drawn off of it, which is a back off, thus kind of setting us up into a spot where we are pretty close to threatening lethal here. We've got quite the wide board after we've established Azir Sovereign. And so at this point, Ashe has played the game plan in order to reduce the card size down to basically nothing. And now we have to kill all the units.
Yeah, and we have a hidden card on our Sigil of Sword.
Yeah, this is honestly pretty good for us if you're in Ashe's seat, because we don't have to try and commit the Bewitching Spirit once again, which kind of opens up 3 of our resources available to us so that we don't have to remove the last card in hand. Because sometimes you have to play a little bit scared of something along the lines of like a Defy or something. So we get more action economy here for Ashe with the face down card, and we kind of get an idea of what it could be. It could be like a hidden blade, or maybe a movement ability like Emperor's Divide. Unsure. However, we will lead us off with a Thousand Tail Watcher, and we might end up trying to commit this Bewitching Spirit onto the Hall of Legends. Not the best trade, considering it would be effectively 2 tokens just for the Bewitching Spirit. And it looks like that will indeed be the case.
And now we have our Bellows Breath.
Bellows Breath going ahead and being repeated in order to effectively kill everything. Oh my god, and the blowout is crazy. The question is, I think it only saves 1 unit, right? If you try and move your Azir. Oh, Azir's not attacking, so it's just going to save the Azir. It'll only kill the 3 tokens, make it so that Azir and the Sand Soldier are both safe. Okay, right. Not that bad. It could have been way worse. So Resonating Strike will save the Azir. Resonating Strike was the hidden card that says choose a battlefield you control and a unit you control at a different location. Move that unit to the battlefield and give it +2. So we chose the Azir and we chose the Sigil of the Storm and moved the Azir to the Sigil of the Storm, effectively removing it from the Bellows Breath target location, which is perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine for this Azir. And that is one of our new Vendetta cards right there.
Yeah, Resonating Strike showing off pretty nice. However, the issue here is now card economy. We're in a spot where we are unlikely to be able to score twice here. So we will be on 6, which isn't so bad, but we only have 1 card in hand. Is this an Arise? Oh my god, it's an Arise. So maybe the best card to draw off the top of the deck, because it generates 2 Sand Soldiers and allows you to go ahead and move 1 of them onto the Hall of Legends because it's ready, giving us that score that I said that we were unlikely to do.
Yeah, and now we have 2 Sand Soldiers in the base, our Azir in the base, and one of our Doran Shields in the base. Now, Ezreal still at 0 points, and our Minimagnet at 7.
We might be in an okay spot if we have another Bellows Breath. What we can do is we can move forward the Thousand Tail Watcher into the Hall of Legends, bounce the Thousand Tail Watcher, replay, and Bellows Breath the backline. However, it looks like that won't be the case. We're going to play a Fizz, and it looks like we're going to play the Bellows Breath repeated in the backline, which will effectively kill 2 Sand Soldiers and put 2 damage onto the Azir. We want to make sure we're very careful here to not move into combat before we kill this Azir, otherwise it'll remove the damage.
And now we are getting Deadly Flourish, and our Azir player can do nothing.
Yeah, down goes all of the units. The Azir player will be playing off the top of the deck, probably for the rest of this game, as Ezreal starts to churn out the points one at a time. We'll go ahead and conquer the Hall of Legends, untap the Ezreal, and then rest it again or exhaust it again to draw a card.
Now we have our Sand Soldier being attached to a Doran Shield. And to another Doran Shield.
Double Doran Shield, baby. 2 arms, 2 shields, no spears.
Yep,
Got ourselves
exactly.
a 4 might Sand Soldier. We get ourselves a stack deck, and honestly, unless something dramatic happens, we might be in a this is all she wrote scenario here for the Azir player. Minimagnet gonna have to have a pretty big comeback to be able to double conquer here or even potentially hold.
Yeah, so now we are seeing our stack deck being played. And another Deadly Flourish going on to our battlefield.
Followed up by the list.
A list?
Yeah, so the list making it so that this Sand Soldier gets -2, as well as going ahead and Deadly Flourishing it to both draw you a card off of Ezreal and killing this lonely Sand Soldier. We'll probably see this Fizz move forward onto the Sigil of the Storm just to close the game out a little bit faster, but in the event that we need the economy or the resource economy, we'll just stack Hall of Legends.
The Fizz is now going to our Hall. Well, it went to our Hall of Legends.
Pickpocket!
Pickpocket, which is a card from.
All right, this
is
showboating here.
This is showboating here.
Pickpocket, killing.
That is all of our gear.
Oh no. All right, well, I will say that we are in a quite the dominating position on the Ezreal side with the main deck Pickpocket, and I'm not sure how Azir can get out of this. Do you think that there's anything in the deck that can get you out of this position here, Andy?
I believe if we get to well, there was a hidden blade right there. But if we are lucky enough to draw another Arise with a bunch of equipment on board, that would be probably the win condition.
All right. Well, Andy, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. We unfortunately don't have any equipment on board, and with a Pickpocket in hand and double Pack of Wonders, it feels a little bit unlikely we're going to be afforded that opportunity. However, who knows what may transpire as this game continues. I think maybe Minimagnet's lone win condition is burnout. If the Ezreal player decides to draw too many cards and you have the opportunity to Hidden Blade and force them to draw cards, we could see a back-to-back burnout game.
Yeah, there are 12
there's a lot
in that compared to Azir's 25.
Oh, and that's game number 1. We see Ash take it in what looked like a really awkward start or a slow start into a powerful finish, removing all the cards, all of the equipment, and all of the units away from Minimagnet. And so, Andy, take a quick peek here and riddle me this. What do you anticipate we bring in from the sideboard if we are the Emperor of Sands trying to bring this into a game number 3?
So, if we are our sideboard, I would bring in you know, a Crumbling Sands, a Disarming Rake, a Salvage, possibly Vi to deal with our powerful units. Maybe Charm.
Honestly, I think this sideboard is stacked, Andy. We have
this sideboard is actually stacked.
We have 3 Ashe focused, which Ezreal really doesn't do a whole lot of holding in the early stages of the game. So 3 Ashe focused could just be a Thoughtseize on a body, and that's another game reference where you're basically just removing a card and getting a unit out of it. Crumbling Sands could be played. Disarming Rake to get rid of these Pack of Wonders and the treasure troves.
Yes.
Salvage for the same. Maybe you want to play the Vine Peacekeeper, but I think that maybe you might dilute your deck a little bit too much. But you have
Yeah.
a lot of options available to you in this sideboard to be able to combat Ezreal, the Prodigal Explorer. Let's take a peek over here at Ezreal's sideboard. Do you think there's anything worth bringing in here if you're the Ezreal player?
Yeah, let me... Ezreal's sideboard is also just stacked. Yeah, it's... we have our Turn to Dust, which we can use on gear. We have our Pickpocket, which we can use on gear. We have a lot of cards we can just...
One big call out here is Angler Beast. Angler Beast getting rid of the wide boards, returning all units with 2 might or less to their owner's hands. If you've got 10 Sand Soldiers on the battlefields, guess what? They're gone forever.
Yeah, they're gone.
Yeah, so it looks like we are getting ready and choosing our battlefields for game number 2. Very likely, Minimagnet on the Emperor of Sands here will be going first, and it looks like they decided to play Orin's Forge. I don't see Orin's Forge a whole lot, Andy. What are your thoughts on this battlefield?
Orin's Forge is great in an equipment-heavy deck like Azir, and Ezreal doesn't get to use the effects of, well, he does, but Ezreal gets to use the, like... Oh, hold on. We got a Pickpocket out early.
Eye of the Herald into an immediate Pickpocket. This is like the best series of events for Ashe possible. However...
So, yeah, now we're moving into Orin's Forge, which, you know, Azir gets to take full effect of, and we see that Doran Shield coming out, and can we see a double conquer right now? Or no, of course we can't see a double conquer.
Yeah, so just taking stock of the game state here, I will say that Orin's Forge is a pretty huge upgrade, or not necessarily an upgrade, a pretty strong and powerful battlefield for the Azir player. We're on the opposite end of the spectrum. Haisho, Shell of the World, which says players ignore deflect when paying for spells and abilities, choosing something here, isn't going to be so impressive in this second game. Haisho is not going to be that good because there's not a lot of deflect here for the Azir player. However, we do see the Pickpocket, who already got rid of Eye of the Herald, the powerful equipment that makes one might recruits, go ahead and take down the Sand Soldier that it was equipped to as well, followed up by a Ezreal Prodigy, utilizing that gold token created by the Pickpocket. I think that Ashe is in a really good spot right now. Following up with a list, I feel like this game is way faster and way more aggressive out of Ashe. What are your thoughts?
I always loved Ezreal because it's a control deck, but he's a fast control deck. So seeing this out of Ezreal does not... feels like something normal.
Oh yeah, and here we come. We see a salvage. It's not targeting what we originally thought, which were going to be Pack of Wonders. Targeting the list is still just as good because the list naming Shurima has a lot of targets. It can target any of the Sand Soldiers. It can also target Azir Sovereign when it becomes available. Kind of pretty interesting situation. And I think that we're going to go ahead and... that was a very interesting situation. We ended up playing the Brutalizer, equipping it to the other Sand Soldier after we created a Sand Soldier. And then we're going to gust our own Pickpocket. By the way, I love this play. Gusting our Pickpocket so that we can protect it and get rid of more equipment.
And now we have a stack deck played off of our Gust. Perfect timing. Perfect way for our Ezreal player to get more cards out of their draw deck. And our Azir player is going to have to lower his Brutalizer soon.
Yep, absolutely. The Brutalizer only giving that additional might if it was equipped this turn. Brutalizer giving +1 and then an additional +2 if it was equipped this turn or attached this turn. We're
Yes.
going to go ahead and conquer Orn's Forge and then pass it over as Ash then once again replays this pickpocket to get rid of the Doran's Shield. Just to make sure that everyone's full circle with us, pickpocket says when you play me, you may kill a gear with energy cost no more than 1. If you do, play a gold gear token exhausted. So it can't target the Brutalizer, but getting rid of the Doran's Shield feels like a pretty good consolation prize, if I do say so myself.
Yes, I 100% agree on that.
Nevertheless, we're in a pretty good spot. The question is, do we want to expose this Ezreal? What do you think? Do you think that pushing forward for the point is worth it, Andy, or should we just keep it in the safety of our base?
I feel like we should keep it in the safety of our base. Here, we have only, well,
Ooh,
acceptable losses comes in and gets rid of our last unit. I mean, last equipment on Azir's side. So, we are actually going to push forward and get rid of that Azir.
I think we did that backwards, but I stand corrected. I think we did that the right way. The reason why is because Minimagnet knows about the pickpocket. If we had led with the acceptable losses, we may have ended up sacrificing the Dorn's Shield, making it so that the pickpocket couldn't have targeted the Brutalizer. I stand corrected. That was the correct play. Ash played it exceptionally. Well done.
Well done. Now we have Disarming Rift coming out, killing our Pack of Wonders, which feels great as this Azir player is sort of catching up and is pulling another Sand Soldier out to attach to our Soul Sword.
Yeah, Ezreal Ezreal losing the Pack of Wonders makes the pickpocket situation a little bit more awkward. Great news for Minimagnet being able to take out the Pack of Wonders pickpocket combo, or at least one piece of it as of now, and then reestablishing the board with about 5 might here. We're not in the most stellar position because as we're entering like turn number 4 or 5 at this point, we only have 1 equipment on the board, and we're facing down more might currently on the opposite end than we have available to us. So we're not in an amazing spot, but it's not that bad right now.
And now we have the list coming out, along with Angler Beast, that one card we mentioned earlier. Yeah, that's going to be a wipe on Sand Soldiers.
Yeah, it will give the opportunity for Minimagnet to reestablish this Disarming Rake and get rid of the list, but I think the damage is done. At this point, we're tempoing our way to 8 points. It's very unlikely that Minimagnet's going to be able to take either of these battlefields this turn. Very likely only going to try and commit to this board and set up to prevent going from 6 to 8 points for Ash. And we're just in a good spot here for Ash. I've really liked the way that we've played this game. We've played it a little bit faster, a little bit more tempo oriented than game number 1. Maybe taking Minimagnet off guard after that game 1. Thoughts?
I think this is a right move for Ash coming into this, and playing that Angler Beast. He has full control of the board right now. So unless we see something come out of
accelerated Azir.
Accelerated Azir is definitely one way we can see this. This will definitely our Wages of Pain.
So we're presenting a trade here for the Ezreal. So this will trade down, and then Minimagnet can establish another 1 cost equipment and then play a Sand Soldier. We're not like doom and gloom at the moment because our Sand Soldier is at least a little bit threatening to the pickpocket. Angler Beast likely going to go to Orn's Forge here. not a lot of cards for Ashe on this Ezreal. We haven't been fortunate enough to be able to draw many cards off of our legend ability as of just yet. However,
Yes.
there's still plenty of time available to us. Angler Beast going forward, conquering Orin's Forge, putting us up to 6 as we Bellows Breath and use the list in order to hit this Sand Soldier and draw a card. Man, I spoke way too soon when I said we didn't draw cards off of Ezreal. Here we go this turn, clearing the backline and drawing a card. Pretty decent spot.
Yeah, we are in a decent spot for Ashe. Um, I Azir is a great deck, but sometimes in the wrong matchups, like this Ezreal, it's unfortunately just it's a wash.
Yeah, as of right now, we're kind of sitting in a spot where even an Arise doesn't get us out of this, because an
No,
Arise can present 6 might onto maybe the Angler Beast or maybe killing the Pickpocket, but that doesn't really set us up into a winning position. We're only stemming the bleeding. And so maybe if we play like a 1 cost equipment and then an Arise, we'd be like kind of okay, but I think we're really, really far behind as of right now. It's going to require something big out of Minimagnet. And kind of what I know about Azir decks, they generally don't have a huge comeback mechanic outside of a Rise.
no, not really on Azir decks. Arise is your main comeback, and if you don't draw that card, you don't really get to see the benefits of Arise.
Yeah, this is not good. Going ahead and using salvage on the list. Salvage is great when you're ahead, but when you're behind, it is not good. And we are in a spot where all we can do is go onto High Show, kill this Pickpocket, and conquer it. And Angler Beast probably just going to hold to 7, and Ashe is going to have to stack up and try and hold to 8. So we're going to send this forward. We're going to kill the Pickpocket, conquer to 3. We'll have ourselves a Sand Soldier in the base. We are going to have to try and figure out how to kill this Angler Beast or get it off of holding. Oh, just kidding.
We
JK.
just got our Thousand Tail Watcher.
It's Jover.
It's Jover. This just this is just a end of the game.
This was a slacking. This was a powerful showing from Ashe in this game number 2. Game 1, it felt like we were on a tightrope playing the control the hand, control the board, control the points situation. But game number 2, out the gates, Ashe just slams banger after banger after banger, kind of grinding Minimagnet down very, very quickly and efficiently. So this should be a quick 2-0 over to Ashe in this match and series, unless I don't know, unless something crazy happens that I'm not aware of.
I am not aware of any crazy shenanigans happening. Yeah, as the Azir player, you're kind of just like, your whole goal is these Sand Soldiers, and if you utterly ruin that goal, it's impossible to play.
Absolutely. Azir really dependent on the gear economy, using all of these equipment like Dorn's Shield, Soul Swords, utilizing the Eye of the Herald so that you can continue making one might recruits, and going into a wide board is integral to its success. And from moment 1, Ashe has stemmed that game plan using pickpockets and replaying the pickpocket over and over and over again to remove this equipment, remove those Sand Soldiers, and make it so that this matchup has felt incredibly one-sided, when many people like to think that it's a much closer matchup than what we saw presented to us today. Nevertheless, Ashe has indeed won 2-0 in this round 3, and honestly, I feel like from the moment we started game number 2, the game was in Ashe's favor. Do you generally see that a lot when you watch this matchup, Andy?
When I watch a more like you know, it Azir is ultimately a deck that wants to conquer
Sure,
and conquer fast, and
sure.
can conquer fast with Azir's Legend ability and the small, you know, one cost, two cost sort of gears. And when you can completely deny that with a control deck like Ezreal, it becomes hard to play against.
Oh
Sure,
yeah.
we have seen Ezreal, I mean, Azir, get played with, uh, Squirtle and has topped um, has topped a regional qualifier, but other than that, we haven't seen anything out of Azir.
Just as a heads up, we are finding a second match. It looks like we found one. And once again, we've got a duo of Vendetta legends as we found once again Sithis piloting Nasus, Curator of the Sands, going up against a Kennen, Heart of the Tempest. This should be a pretty good matchup here. Also, side note, we've got some pretty juicy alt arts being presented here by our Kennen player.
Yes, I love our alt arts right here.
I believe their
Uh,
name is Slabsharks. I love that. Slabsharks, baby. All of the graded cards. We're
yep,
currently coming in
Slabsharks right
game
here.
number 2. Sithis up 1-0 for Slabsharks. However, we feel like we're in a little bit of a better position here as we have grounded the Nasus player down to 4 cards. We just returned the Thousand Tail Watcher to hand, and we're kind of presenting a Pack of Wonders loop once again, something that we just saw Ezreal pilot to extreme success. Question is, can we do the same thing that Ezreal was able to do? Thousand Tail Watcher being deployed once again here for Sithis, just trying to step by step move closer towards this powerful 8 points to win and close out the game. What are your thoughts on this matchup here, Andy?
I think this matchup is a. Right now, we have we have again a match that is ramping versus conquering, and Kennen is more of a we need to search through our deck, find the right card, find the right cards. But you know, Nasus is on a ramp right now, and we see Nasus is at that point where he can use his legend ability, empower small units, empower big units like Steel Paws, apparently.
Oh yeah. Steel Paws, baby. Back to
Steel
back
Paws
Bewitching Spirits,
spirits, which,
forcing Sithis to discard twice.
yeah, which is a Defy and a Thousand Tail Watcher, and a third discard, another Thousand Tail Watcher in the discard pile.
Yeah, so we're in a very interesting situation here as we can go ahead and give Assault to our Kennen. Uh, and we can potentially stun and clear the Thousand Tail Watcher, leaving Sithis stranded at 0 cards in hand, no Thousand Tail Watcher. However, still has a unempowered Steel Paws sitting in base. So we're not out of the woods just yet. And but we're in a good spot if we're here rooting for a game number 3 for Slabsharks, as it looks like we will empower, have 4 runes available to us, and we're likely sending forward onto the Forgotten Monument. We are sending forward onto the Forgotten Monument, the Steel Paws, to clear off the Kennen.
Yeah, and we get to see that kind of go into the discard pile, which might be used later, but
I will say, I'm looking at this list and it is spicy. It's got Lacerate, it's got Ruination, it's got Abandons. This deck is pretty cool looking here. I'm liking what I see from this Kennen list.
yep. And now we see into a game 3.
Yeah. Slabshark able to grind out the game kind of in a similar but not the same fashion the Ezreal player did in game number 1, utilizing Pack of Wonders and Bewitching Spirit to remove all of the cards from hand and then force the opponent into a situation where they can only play with what's on board. Sithis not able to come through with it, and we will go to a ultimate game number 3 decider game for the match between these two players. We're going into game 3 here. Sithis will be on the play. Andy, who are you favoring in this matchup and why?
Well, see, we have this. This is not the same Kennen we saw earlier. That was more of a miracle Kennen. Well, this seems to be some sort of control Kennen with our with the list, with our pack of wonders, and this might be an interesting turn into who we will see, how we will see our our Kennen list come up. Yep, and we have this first turn with Nasus. Doesn't seem to be anything.
I honestly love this. We've seen 2 Kennens thus far, 2 different flavors and variants of Kennen. One of them a control Kennen, one of them a miracle Kennen. We know there are baited hook Kennens available out there. We've seen plenty of them play. And right now, off the rip, Lightning Rush into Pack of Wonders. Our game plan is kind of already underway, which is kind of crazy to say because it was only turn 1. Oh!
Ooh, Disarming Rake coming out. Getting rid of that Pack of Wonders. This shows how important Disarming Rake is as a card.
Houston, we have a problem. We started our game plan, we played our Pack of Wonders, but it was immediately disarmed by Sithis to take it down. Although we will go ahead and play Call of the Week. I feel like we got the worst end of that trade between Call of the Week and Disarming Rake. There's a lot to do here, but we're in the earliest stages of this game, and I think that both of these players will be happy to move to the mid to late game, knowing that neither player has scored a point.
Now we see in the discard deck, discard of Kennen, the Brumination and Starcrossed.
Yeah, Starcrossed being in there feels pretty good because I'll be honest with you, Fizz Starcrossed feels nice. However, I'm not 100% sure how I would feel about my Ruination being in the trash.
Yeah, it must have been a very important card being like that you would pick over the Rumination.
Yeah, Lightning Rush, putting the cards that you don't choose into the trash is a little bit of an opportunity cost for sure. So I'm wondering what was found out of the Lightning Rush where they would choose that over the Ruination.
And right now, with our Nasus, Helm Up Suppression is coming up, which is a new Vendetta card saying opponent spells cost 1 more. And if it's empowered, it costs 1 more energy and 1 more power.
Yeah, that empowerment is pretty good in all honesty. Helm Suppression, really good epic coming out of Vendetta. I think that it hasn't seen a lot of praise. However, we will probably find a nice home for it moving forward. In the sideboard, it feels quite good against this Kennen,
Yes.
especially a Spellslinger. This probably would have been very good against Mel as well.
Yes, that's what I was just thinking. This is like the anti-Mel, spell slinging sort of card.
I call it the anti-Lux card.
Yes, this is how you don't get Lux looped.
The anti-Lux loop card. Nevertheless, we are about to. Oh, we salvaged the helmet suppression.
Here.
No, there's gonna be a defy. Yeah. We can't get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
We always know that there's a defy somewhere lurking in the shadows.
There's always a defy.
Plus, we have to protect that juicy helm.
Yeah, the helm is there for a reason, and yeah.
So I'm wondering what the thought process here is. I'm not sure or aware. Maybe we're sitting on an abandon or something along those lines to try and protect this, but it won't do a whole lot considering we still have the available runes to defy again if it is an abandon. Nevertheless, it will get defied. The Helm of Suppression remains on the field once again as we try and fizz to play salvage from the graveyard once again.
that feels horrible for the Nasus player.
Honestly, it feels horrible for both players, I imagine. Losing your helm of suppression feels bad, but you just spent like 4 or 3 runes from Slabsharks in order to remove it. I feel like it kind of did its job. Not as much as you want, but it's what you got.
It's what you have, so that there goes an Astral Heron and proccing our Nasus. And then we have Premonition being played, which is a new card, and it's at reaction speed, and it draws 3 for the price of 2 energy and 3 power, unfortunately.
Yeah, the good news is with Astral Heron being on the battlefield and being the first card played, using Premonition second makes it so that it costs 0 energy and only 1 power to draw 3. Quite the good 1-2 punch to be able to develop 7 might as well as draw a card for relatively low opportunity cost here. I really like that play. I think it's quite delicious. Playing the list here and lowering this Heron tells me that we're likely going to try and push over top of it. Utilizing this Kennen stun as well as our Fizz.
Yes.
All right. So we're going to push forward our Kennen here. We're likely stunning this Heron, and we're going to kill the Heron most likely, unless we have some sort of combat tricks coming out of Sithis on Nasus. We have seen that they do indeed run Stupefies. Not 100% sure what else we can potentially afford to use. Oh, discipline.
On the Clockwork Keeper.
Okay. So something of note, we'll likely go ahead and give Assault 2 to this Kennen, making it 6. We're probably going to bounce backwards, to be honest with you, and just trade what we have for the Heron. Because Kennen currently starts at 2, gets 2 additional might because there's a stunned Heron, and then we'll get Assault 2 from disempowering the Kennen Legend to give Assault 2 to our Kennen. So making us effectively 6 might to the 9 of Sithis. So we'll probably try and kill the Astral Heron and then bounce back to base. It does look like that's exactly what happened. We'll probably then move Fizz over to the Forgotten Monument and just be happy with our current setup. Oh, we didn't expose the Fizz. Very likely just because we don't have a lot of other interaction in hand to protect the Fizz, and it'll be important later on to remove the Nasus and whatnot. So who do you think currently has the advantage here, Andy?
So we have the Kennen player who has kind of played all their cards on the table, because we see another Astral Heron come up, but we have our Nasus player who has their tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, Nasus playing another Heron here feels good. Into a Find Your Center. The Find Your Center is a little bit lackluster by comparison. However, we're in a pretty good spot setting up for next turn where we'll have 12. We do have a lot of might in terms of units available to us. As we go ahead and establish a 3rd unit, we're in a pretty good spot. We're probably going to try and rinse and repeat the same thing we did last turn with killing this Heron. Not a whole lot we can do to stop it, to be honest with you.
Unfortunately, not a lot we can do to stop it.
Yeah.
And now we are playing Lightning Rush again, looking at our top 3 cards of our main deck, and then putting the rest in our trash. With a Fizz and a Bewitching Spirit in the trash, we can see a lot of possible card combinations coming out.
Yeah, I mean, we have 8 cards in hand for the Fizz player. I'm not 100% sure if maybe we're sitting on some late game cards like Rumination and whatnot. However, we should have a lot of action ahead of us to try and claw this game back. And Lacerate, a new Vendetta card that says choose a unit If it's empowered, disempower it, then kill it if it has 3 or less might. We kill the Clockwork Keeper, and honestly, it's going to be pretty good to kill some of these units like the Steel Paws if we decide to empower it, because this card does have flow, giving you the opportunity to play it from your graveyard, or sorry, from your trash.
Yes. Unfortunately for that flow cost, it is a 4 energy, 2 power, 2 order power unit flow cost. So it becomes a question of, do we pay that much in Lacerate?
Yeah, it's definitely a question, but I mean, it really just depends on what our target is. Steel Paws would make it 1 additional power because it has deflect. It does kind of feel like you're time walking your opponent because they very likely have to spend almost their entire turn to empower the Steel Paws. But Nasus gets an additional 2 resources because of the empowerment. So I feel as though if they can develop behind the empowerment as well, the Lacerate flow won't feel as good.
And now we see our Nasus with full energy and full power coming back in and using that for a Scuttle Crab, which draws 1. And
yeah, these Scuttle Crabs are a menace. All right, everyone thought they were like pretty meh. They're a menace. Thousand Tail Watcher coming down. This is pretty good. It allows us to recycle too, for the pure fact and pure benefit of being able to channel runes next turn. We're going to send it in to the paper tree. Nothing this little Fizz can do. I'm going to be honest. He never stood a chance.
And with our Nasus, we can use our Nasus's Legend ability and get 2 runes back right up.
Yeah, we're not in a bad spot. I think that we might have missed our opportunity to exhaust our Nasus to untap 2 or ready 2 runes. It's when you play a unit, a gear, or an activated ability with energy cost. So after we had moved it forward into the paper tree, we probably lost that window.
Yes. Yeah. Sad for the Nasus player, great for the Kennen player.
True. I mean, there's a possibility that there might not have even been cards to play behind that rune economy, but Kennen player here with Slabsharks wants to try and find something to dig their way out of this. Probably not too far out of the woods, to be honest with you. We're coming close to ruination territory. We could likely try and find some ways to bounce our units back to hand, so we can inevitably try and just clear the board. Bewitching Spirit into our poor little Steel Paws. Scores us a point and clears the unit. Feels good.
Wasn't empowered yet, so unfortunately still at 0 might.
Might be a star-crossed angle. We might be star-crossing the Thousand Tail Watcher and the Bewitching Spirit, so we can replay the Bewitching Spirit. It's a little bit tough in regards to power economy and rune economy. However, it makes it so that it's essentially time walking.
And then we got Pack of Wonders out, which is a key card in this kind of control.
Oh, we're going to pack Treasure Trove.
Yep.
Okay. I thought we would have definitely packed our Bewitching Spirit in the event that we were trying to preserve it a little bit more. There's a lot of things that Nasus can do to kill it. However, we feel as though we're in a good spot. I think hand control is pretty important in these matchups, especially considering a lot of those cards in hand for Sithis could all be bangers and bombs. Yes. But I'm just kidding. It doesn't even matter. We have a second Pack of Wonders. We're going to send back the list. And are we going to trade this? Are we going to name the for Thousand Tail Watcher named Ionia? Try and give our Fizz Assault 2 and trade it down? It looks like that what we're prepping for, giving it Assault and saying we'll trade Thousand Tail Watcher for Fizz. Okay. I'm a fan.
Yeah.
Now it's Scuttle Crab versus Spirit. However, Nasus with 12 runes available, means this could be a big establishment turn, and it's not like Slabsharks is threatening lethal anytime soon.
And that Scuttle Crab to the paper tree is, without playing anything else, seems like a
Oof.
oof.
Heron coming down after Scuttle Crab conquers the paper tree means that we get to play a Thousand Tail Watcher accelerated for very, very little. We don't have to recycle any runes. It's reduced energy cost by 2, so it only costs us 5. We're in a pretty powerful position. However, we're also in ruination territory for this Kennen. I imagine if I was them and I had a ruination in hand, I would whirlwind slam that onto the ground. Say, there we go. Bye-bye board. And that's what it looks like. Oh, ruination, baby.
Right here.
All right, let's check out this hand. It is indeed ruination time, and all of the units disappear. We did not get to look at the hand from Scuttle Crab, but that's okay. We bring the list back to hand so we can prep it for whatever comes next. Side note, I think that we're in like a good spot here for both players. Resolving Scuttle Crab a little bit late doesn't really change anything because the hand hasn't changed at all for Slabsharks. So I think that we're in an okay spot right now. We still have Nasus in the champion zone, and
Look at that hand.
that hand, double star cross, call the week. Wow. The abandons might not get any use. They could theoretically be dead cards unless we end up looking down the face of a siphoning strike. The glaring issue I see here is we have no way to win the game currently because we have no units in hand. So right now, unless we have some magic coming up, our way to win is concession.
And pulling out the Nasus Ascended right here.
Yeah, something of note, you have to have a unit in order to play Starcross.
Oh no, each cold week into it to 5.
We're gonna probably try and oh, that's very interesting. I thought we would try and maybe tax the economy here by using abandon, but we decided against it. You know, I figured we would abandon. Wait, time out. Did we have another call of the week? Why didn't we just
another call of the week?
Why didn't we abandon our call of the week? If we abandon our call of the week, it returns it to our hand, and we don't have to play a second one.
I do not know what this Kennen player is thinking, since sadly that's kind of
true. I feel like those abandons are semi-dead cards, and so using them there for the call of the week would have been a little bit beneficial, or at least in my eyes. However, at the end of the day, that wasn't the play. We end up playing the list, and we're going to give it -4, -6 now off of these Pack of Wonders. This might be like a... Oh.
And Lacerate for...
Yeah, Lacerate coming down, killing the Heron, and we're just 1-for-1ing our way to the point where we can eventually find a unit and hold these points for 6 turns, it looks like. I'm really digging this this basically full control list, although I feel as though we probably should have preserved our Bewitching Spirit at one point. We may have left it open to harm a little bit.
Yes.
Nevertheless, I feel like we're in an okay spot. Both players are probably feeling okay about this situation. Oh, a Last Rites.
That's right.
Tell us about what Last Rites does and how important it is right now.
Last Rites, you can equip it for a power cost. And after this, when you conquer or hold, you may play a unit from your trash, which is such important for a Kennen player.
Yeah, another important piece of this is if we can find a unit to equip this to, it prevents us from having to burn out a little bit faster because you have to recycle 2 cards from your trash. And with only 1 card in the deck It means that we're pretty close to burnout. And oh, okay, never mind, never mind. We're in a good spot now. We have Forge of the Future, which allows you to kill it and recycle 4 cards from trash. And we have Last Rites, which also recycles 2. We're in a spot where we can make it so that we can stack our deck quite effectively, as well as prevent ourselves from burning out. I was afraid we were going to have another burnout victory, okay? I've got burnout PTSD, Andy.
Yes, when you see a burnout victory for the first time, you're like, I look at it, look at it, look at it. But we do not see a burnout victory coming anytime soon.
Yeah, we would have had to see a double burnout in order for that to happen. However, I think at this point, the game is kind of all but locked up unless perhaps there's something crazy out of Sithis' side. Side note for those of you at home, that time warp should be banished. So theoretically, we probably won't see that time warp be played again. But we'll see. Feels
Now,
unlikely.
Yeah, but if Sithis can get two units onto these battlefields, instant win.
True. If Sithis has double like Sprite Burst or double Sprite Fountain, we could see a W right now. The question is, does Sithis have it? And honestly, we're in a terrible spot right now. If Sithis doesn't have a game-impacting play right now, the game is effectively over because we have double Pack of Wonders, Bewitching Spirit, and we've got Last Rites. So this game is falling out of hand. Oh, okay. Okay, this is impacting. This kills most of the board and punishes Slabsharks for not equipping Last Rites. But we can just equip it now. Oh, we have another Bewitching Spirit. This might be a foregone conclusion, chat. This one might be in the books.
Yeah, this one's looking like it's in the books. If you can just conquer.
Play another Bewitching Spirit. Yep. From the Conquer, using Last Rites. Discard another card. Pack one of them back. Discard your last card. And there we have it. We're in a spot where it feels almost unlosable. And just like that, though, we do have a unit on board. Unfortunately, we know that there's a bunch of Starcrossed in hand for Slabsharks.
Yeah, and we have another Fizz. So basically, Slabshark has access to, his whole entire discard.
Infinite. All right. Well, as of right now, it looks like it's probably just a formality to close out this game. Sithis was able to put up a good fight in the early to mid game. However, faltered just a little bit getting there and closing out this game as the onslaught of discard, returns units, and just grinding out the game. Slabshark was able to find a victory here, and it looks like will likely take us home 2-1.
A concede.
Wow. Andy, that was such a fun match to watch. We've seen quite a few control decks take it home for us in these last few rounds. I know that we'll be going to break here shortly. Any final or parting words before we close the books on round 3?
I mean, I've heard of Baited Hook Kennen, Miracle Kennen. I think we have to have a control Kennen.
Kennen of every variant. Yeah. Nevertheless, we have seen some amazing Vendetta matches, amazing matches. We still have 2 more rounds ahead of us. So grab your favorite beverages, grab your favorite snacks, and we'll see you all very shortly.
Okay.
Yo, welcome back, everyone, to our round 4. We've had 3 amazing rounds in the books in this Haven online series playing Riftbound. You know, we've seen some spicy decks. We've seen an armada of Vendetta legends. I have curiosity, Andy, which one's your favorite that you've seen so far?
I gotta be honest. I love Nasus. I'm just a ramp deck player, so that's the key to my heart. But like, also a control Kennen coming in here.
Oh, true. We've
That
seen
was
some spicy ramp Nasus with Sithis. We've seen multiple variants of Kennen. And if you're wondering at home how you can get in on the action, play some Riftbound, play a little tournament from the comfort of your home. Guess what? If you check down in the description, the link to the Discord channel for Haven is there. They want to run a tournament at least once a month. Moving forward, it's all about whether or not you guys want to jump into the action and you want to play some Riftbound. In addition to that, one of our awesome friends over at Rift Atlas, which is the we're hosting this event on through Rift Atlas, is also running an event as well. So check out the Discord for Haven in order to find out how to join that as well. Both of those tournaments, both of the series sound pretty dope. If you were to join one of these events, Andy, what do you think you would play? Would it be Nasus?
I don't think I would be playing Nasus at this stage. I'm too much of a perfectionist to play Nasus right now. I'm slowly getting at that deck, but that's not where I'm at right now. I would probably play Aurelia. Just top tier
Aurelia
deck.
is a good one. What I will say is we are jumping into our 4th round. We are going to table number 2. So we're seeing some of our top competitors here. And we've got 2 spicy wins. We've got Diana as well as Rek'Sai. Both of those pretty good legends. Which one do you think has the advantage here, Andy, and why?
I do believe if this is the right list coming into this, this might be the Diana, Poro, Swain, Ride the Wind list, which I am a huge fan of. Unfortunately, the Diana player missed their 2-drop, but it is okay because there is time in a Diana deck.
There's usually time, yes. However, Rek'Sai closes that window really fast, and guess what? Can't miss your 3-drop when going second as Rek'Sai because you've got one fancily enough in your champion zone. Both of these legends packing a 3-cost chosen champion so that if going second, you've always got that turn 1 play. We have both of our chosen champions coming out in their respective turns, and the question is, who's going to take first blood here as Rek'Sai moves into the Zon Warrens? Oh, just kidding.
Well,
doesn't move into the Zon Warrens.
First pulls out that Noxus Emissary, and we see the Diana player play a Gust.
Yeah, being able to utilize Diana's legend, which is Diana, Scorn of the Moon, says reaction, exhaust, and add 1 energy. Spend this energy only during showdowns. Makes it so that you can kind of tempo out this a little bit. So Rek'Sai here committed the Noxian Emissary, did not get the opportunity to empower it, moved in the Rek'Sai, had it gusted back to hand, and then reestablished it into board. Kind of resetting the tempo here for the Diana player, giving them full opportunity to try and take control of this game. This is pretty good. I like what I'm seeing so far. Both of them, or I guess the Diana player stumbled just a little bit turn 1. However, it seems to be recovering pretty well.
Right, and we have our Rek'Sai, who is currently tapped out, just here, while Diana plays her chosen champion ability, which is basically predict. You may pay 1 to predict the top card of your main deck, and if it's a spell, you can draw it.
Yeah, card advantage is pretty important in this matchup, and honestly, pretty important into any aggro variant. So as you want to try and exchange 1-for-1s and 2-for-1s into your opponent, as we see here, one of the premium 2-for-1s, these card draw will come into effect a lot. We're going to go ahead and see us start off with a Falling Star coming out of Rek'Sai, targeting Diana Lunari as well as the Traveling Merchant into a back-breaking hard bargain. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal, but mostly saying this is probably the rest of your turn outside of conquering.
Yeah, and we see that Diana go into the discard pile with the Traveling Merchant. So
yeah, it effectively turned into a kind of like a singularity if you think about it. It effectively costs 6 resources and 2 power, and then killed 2 units, but also stripped a card out of hand, which would be the hard bargain in this situation. We're going to empower the Noctian Emissary, which basically states empower Death Knell, play 2 One Might Recruit tokens to your base. So as it's empowered, and when it dies, you'll get 2 One Might Recruits. And here we go, sending it in and conquering the Trifarian War Camp and utilizing Rek'Sai Void Burrower, which says when you conquer, you may exhaust me to reveal the top 2 cards of your main deck. You may play 1, then recycle the rest. Not a whole lot of opportunity to play 1 since we don't have any resources available. However, we do get to score 2 points on this turn, which feels pretty good.
yes, this Rek'Sai is now on tempo. Well, we have this weird Diana scored 1 point and then got Singularity to accept through a Falling Star.
I'm going to throw this out here, Andy, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like we're in a good spot here for the Diana player. We haven't gone negative in terms of rune economy. We currently have 8 to the Rek'Sai players 4, which means that we're okay to be able to reestablish something like a way here and just set up for a powerful follow-up turn. What are your thoughts?
I believe a powerful turn can come out of this because, see, we have Hui right here, who is ultimately going to be ride the wind into that Zon Warrens where.
Yeah, we just get the opportunity to just steal all of the tempo in this and utilize our Diana Legend ability. It feels pretty good. However, the only issue I have is without having any type of resources up, we might be susceptible to another Falling Star, which could be a little bit painful. However, after one of them being used, I think we might be okay with utilizing our Hui as a pseudo filter to remove the Rek'Sai and remove Falling Star from hand.
Yeah, and we now see some cards that Diana got rid of from Up from Deep, which is our new play 2 One Might Tentacle units from Buildwater and our Stupefy.
Call the Weak. Oh
no.
Yeah, it feels good to be able to establish a way. However, to be completely candid with you, it feels awful that we had nothing to back it up and protect it. So we will lose our way, which basically made our turn pretty mediocre at all things being said. However, we still do have 7 cards in hand. We have 8 runes available to us. We still have a lot of action to be had. A lot of establishment coming out of the Rek'Sai, 4 units in base as we put down a Vex and put down we've seen this card before, Applied Researchers. I kind of like this card a lot.
In a Diana deck, this card is great because as we're spell slinging, we can discount that cost. And Vex Apathetic has shown again and again that it is just a great card.
Yeah, Vex Apathetic.
So having those 2 cards in the base, it's Apathetic. And Vex Apathetic just being one of those cards that is shown over and over. And we're calling the Weak.
Yeah, we're trading down a One Might Recruit for one of these 4 Might units. Vex Apathetic, I think, was the one you probably want to keep unless your hand is loaded with spells. If it's got a lot of spells, you might want to go ahead and keep the Applied Researchers just for the pure fact that it might do more work. However, stopping any type of accelerated units with a Vex Apathetic might be the better play in my personal opinion.
Yep.
Nevertheless,
Okay.
we're in a pretty decent spot right now. If you're the Rek'Sai player, you're heading point economy 4-2. You've got a pretty loaded board, and we can really fight this Vex Apathetic.
Right.
Although we're down a card in hand, we've got massive board control. How do you feel about this current position here for if you're the Rek'Sai player?
Rek'Sai, especially playing Void Rush right now, I feel like that is a great position for the Rek'Sai player. One of the things I say about Rek'Sai is I believe Rek'Sai is an underutilized deck. It is such a great deck, but only seeing it pop up in popularity a little, like, towards the end of Unleashed.
Yeah, it was very interesting. A lot of people had high hopes for a Rek'Sai, and it fell to the wayside pretty fast. However, again, you're 100% accurate. It got picked up a little bit later into the format and seems to be hitting its stride right now as a lot of these powerful early drops continuously crop their head up, allowing you to continue tempoing and not slow down utilizing Rek'Sai's legend ability. Looks like we are going to move to 5 points, and the question is, will we sacrifice any of these powerful units to try and move on to this Trifarian War Camp and move to 6? I apologize. The turn already passed. I lied to you. We decided not to. So we're going to hold back all of these 4 or potential 4 might units to combat the Vex and just leave our recruit hanging, which I think is fine.
I think it's fine, especially when you have a Vex Apathetic just sitting in base. Like, you already know what you're going up against, unless it's an accelerated unit. So, unless this Diana player has any spells up their sleeve, it's pretty much done.
Please don't Hextech Ray this. Please don't Hextech Ray this. All right, good. Hextech Ray could get blown up by so much. So here's what I think I would want to do if I was Diana. I would want to put like a small unit here on this Zon Warrens with my Vex. I would want to go ahead and put something like a Raven Bloom student here, and then hold up the rest of my runes and say go, and get ready for like a slaughter with Moonfalls to try and fight through all of these units. I'm suspecting that our Diana player is probably sitting on 2, maybe 3 interactive cards, and we want to make it so that in order to go ahead and move into this Zon Warrens, you're going to need to commit more than 1 unit, so you get the maximum value out of your Moonfall. That's how I would want to play it anyway.
Yeah, especially with this Diana kind of no units in base anymore, but has 10 runes to work with.
Yeah, we haven't been able to utilize our legend ability as much and as effectively as I would like to have seen it. However, we're not out of the woods just yet. If we're the Rek'Sai player, we are running a little bit low on rune economy, and rune economy and hand economy. So, this is interesting.
The tie turner into where Vex Apathetic was, and using Up from the Deep to play 2/1 tentacle units for Bilgewater, which has been kind of this new card put into any purple decks.
I find this very interesting because we're leaving our Tide Turner out on the line to be killed, to be honest with you. It's almost as if we're okay with losing it altogether because we're not putting enough might on here to combat at least one of these Noxus hopefuls. So we're either saying we're going to represent a combat trick, or alternatively, we use the Tide Turner exclusively to save our Vex, and we're okay sacrificing it. I don't particularly like the latter. Heavily prefer the former. However, if you don't have any combat tricks and having the 4 might Vex in your base is your way to win, then you gotta play to win.
Yeah, absolutely. This is ultimately a game where you have to win. at the end of the day. So playing to win, that's kind of the answer.
No, true, true. So let's think through some of the different options and combat tricks that this Rek'Sai player could be looking into. If you see 3 runes open and a lone tide turner, are you scared of anything, or do you just jam a Noxus Hopeful in there and say, "What do you got?"
When I always face Diana, I'm scared of everything. So, um, but I am not a Rek'Sai player in this scenario. Maybe it is the play to just go forward.
All right, so we're gonna send the Noxus Hopeful in. I'm not 100% sure why we committed the Honest Broker first. Maybe in case we need Legion effect turned on for Rek'Sai Voidborer. However, we went ahead and played Honest Broker. I don't know the full composition of this deck. However, it would make sense that we want Legion. Eclipse is going to come out.
Yeah, Eclipse is going to make that unit a 0-mite unit and protect.
I thought perhaps we might have a Cleave in hand, which is why we decided to go ahead and commit that. But perhaps I was mistaken. Likely sending in the second Noxus Hopeful. Saying, you can't do this a second time. You only have 1 rune open. We're going to move to 6. We're going to loot. And we're going to Rek'Sai. Ooh. You're probably Falling Star here, right?
Yeah, you're probably Falling Star. I can see an argument for Under Titan, but obvious, yeah, we're playing Falling Star.
Unfortunately, we only have 5 runes available, so we can't Under Titan. It would be pretty cool. However, I will say that Falling Star, a little bit lackluster, likely getting rid of a Traveling Merchant here and a Tentacle. Unless we want to commit to trying to kill this Vex, and it doesn't look like that's the case. It would feel pretty tough to pay Deflect twice for this Falling Star. And so it makes it so that our Noxus Hopeful feels a little bit better sitting on the Zon Warrens. I'd like to see maybe another commitment to the board here for Rek'Sai and pass and threaten a double conquer lethal turn. Oh, this is interesting.
Now, I should note that most of the cards in the base are new Vendetta cards.
True. Outside of this Honest Broker. Gosh, gross.
Yeah. We got Shadow Fiend, which is Empower 2 energy and 1 power. And that gives him Assault 3.
Pretty good.
And that's for our Assault. We've seen Noxian Emissary before. And how that has been broken throughout our games. Now, we're in a position where Rek'Sai has nothing to fall back on. And Diana is using Moonfall, which is going to basically try and wipe the board.
This is a pretty good Moonfall here. This sets us up quite nicely to clear this board out. It does, in fact, kill all 3 units and keep your Vex alive. And if we can maybe get rid of this other Shadow Fiend, we're in a prime position to start to claw back our way into this game. We only have 3 cards in hand. However, with us being on a battlefield, we're a little bit less susceptible to any type of Rek'Sai coming out of the woodworks and accelerating onto us. Or, we also haven't seen any Kaisas as of just yet. I wonder if this Rek'Sai is playing any Kaisas. That was one of the...
Yeah, Kaisa is such a great card. I haven't seen any Kaisa replacements either, because we have Jin, who is a great red Fury card that works well as a Kaisa replacement. Rengar Unseen, we don't see any of that. we are just going to conquer and score with the one tentacle and play
Ooh.
Fizz.
I wonder if this is another Moonfall. Nope, it's a Star Cross.
It's going to be a Star Cross, getting rid of the Honest Worker here. And
So we're going to send our Fizz back home. We're probably going to replay it again, and we're going to
yes, we are going to replay it
the
again.
Shadow Fiend.
And now we are going to play
yeah, Moonfall the Shadow Fiend to the Zon Warrens. It kills the Shadow Fiend. And honestly, we've turned this game around and we're not too far off. There's not a whole lot that Sinzari here on Rek'Sai can do from this position outside of knowing that you've got 2 turns to play with and just reestablish board and hope for the best.
Yeah. Right now, there's a huge threat on Zon Warrens with Vex, and now we have just a 6 mites on Trifarian Warcamp, because units here have +1 might.
So you could theoretically do this. You could, if you have another Falling Star, you could Falling Star. No, that doesn't work. The Trifarian Warcamp protects the Fizz. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Trifarian Warcamp is nuts.
Trifarian Warcamp is nuts. And yeah.
All right.
And
so if you're Rek'Sai, what are we looking for here? What is our plan? What is our strategy to get out of this, Andy?
God.
Oh no. He doesn't know about the Trifarian Warcamp.
Well,
or maybe he has a plan. Oh, he double shot the Fizz.
Double shotting the Fizz does seem appropriate there.
So we can send in our recruit to kill the tentacle, and then we can.
We are Assault 3,
Cleave?
and Cleave, which will give ultimately a recruit 5 might, making it mighty.
If we go to the Trifarian Warcamp, yes.
If we get to the Trifarian Warcamp.
Yeah.
But
okay, we're in an okay spot. Maybe the Diana player has nothing, and we can play 2 more Cleaves and double conquer. Haha! I found the road to Rome. I'm so good at this game. I don't think that the Rek'Sai player has 2 more Cleaves. The reason why I say that is we would have used one earlier. But we're going to go ahead and at least try and take down the tentacles here. All right, to 7 points we go. We're going to be able to get our legend ability, show 2 cards off the top of the deck, and see what we can find. Do a little bit of gambling. They're keeping us in suspense because we don't get to see the 2 cards currently. They're not being revealed. However, maybe I didn't see them. Oh, it's our Call of the Week.
Call of the Week. Taking out that Vex that was just...
Wait, time out. Rewind time. Maybe it's not a Call of the Week.
We are rewinding again.
All right. We're stepping back. We're looking back at the Rek'Sai because perhaps we didn't reveal.
Yes, I believe it's because we didn't reveal.
Okay. All right. And the Rek'Sai ability was utilized. And there's a lot of stuff happening. It looks like we are back to the point to where we are playing the Call of the Week. And we're going to go ahead and attempt to star cross. So we star cross the Vex and the remaining recruit so that there's only one thing left to go ahead and sacrifice using Call of the Week. And we're going to establish 2 units on board here for Diana, and we might be out of the woods here.
We are out of the woods.
We can maybe double conquer here and find a way to hold to victory, because only 4 might on the side of the Rek'Sai player for Sinzari. At most, we can maybe force a trade of Vex into both of these units. Or if we're super
Yes.
lucky, we can maybe find another Moonfall. Another one.
Another one. And another one. Hopefully that could be an answer.
I really don't like this, because if we go to Trifarian War Camp, let's just say hypothetically hands are empty. They can the Rek'Sai player, Sinzari, can move both of his units to the Trifarian War Camp and trade up a 1-for-1. Some trickery is afoot as we stupefy one of the units. Draw a card.
And discard a card.
Replace a smoke screen. So that means we likely liked one of the cards here. We liked one of the cards, so we cycled the stupefy to get more information. I understand what's happening now. And at this point, we need to hold one of these 2 battlefields. We've got arguably one of the most powerful units or early game units here in Ravenbloom Student to do the job.
Absolutely.
Both players 1 card in hand, and it looks like we might try and trade down this emissary into the Tide Turner. That will be the case. Both of these recruits are stunned and they can't move and are stunned. Choose a unit at battlefield. If it has 3 or less might, banish it. Otherwise, return it to its hand. We're getting rid of this Honest Broker, and game 1 goes over to Diana. And that was pretty good. The Rek'Sai player looked like they were ahead in a commanding position for a good amount of time until we saw that blowout Moonfall turn to kind of set up a comeback.
Yeah, as we see, our Rek'Sai deck was performing fantastically until it just couldn't use anything.
Yeah, it ran out of steam, as one would say. It got out the game really fast and really aggressively, and then just ran out of steam. Let's take a quick moment here to kind of look over these sideboards. What do you think, Andy? If you're the Rek'Sai player, how are we going to come back into this game? What are we bringing in?
As a Rek'Sai player, I would have to bring in some of these. We have these new cards that are decrees. And as we are seeing it right now, we have a decree of order, which could be useful in the future. Let me actually see if I was right with that name.
Yeah, looking over here at the deck list, I feel like there's not a whole lot in the Rek'Sai's list to try and bring in here. Might be Ash focused. You might be able to get away with stripping the hand and trying to play a tempo early game against the Diana player. However, there's just not a ton of opportunity. You could play Smite if you'd like. There's a lot of 3 or less Smite units in this Diana deck. And so tempo Smite could really turn the tides of this match. On the other hand, looking at the Diana list, I mean, there's a few cards, like another Moonfall would be good. Another a Vex Cheerless might be useful. But man, we are out the gates fast here. Already on turn number 3. Rek'Sai started us off with an Inferna, and then swapping it over to the Diana player, led off with a Ravenbloom student. We're going to move over and attempt to conquer this Candlelit Sanctum. Stack deck in response with opportunity, or focus rather, for the Diana player.
Yes.
Imanousar here on Diana. Up a game. Candlelit Sanctum Conquer as well as Rek'Sai. Looks like we're doing our Candlelit Sanctum first, which is smart. You want to get the most information off the top of your deck.
Yeah, and just 2 cards off the top of your deck is very important information.
Yeah, and we're going to see another Inferna. We're going to see it reestablished to the board, and maybe there's a Noxus Hopeful in hand. That'd be a pretty good turn, too.
That would be a great turn, too.
All right. Inferna established. Our Inferna is hanging out there a little bit. I don't like that a lot personally. I will say that being on Abandoned Hall is pretty dangerous. This is arguably Diana's most powerful battlefield.
Yes, it is always a good Diana battlefield. And if you can let Ravenbloom Student conquer it early in the game, that's just like +2 for every spell.
Yeah.
You play.
Abandoned Hall, the only legend I think handles Abandoned Hall better is going to be, oh, there's that Smite I was talking about. Smite onto the Ravenbloom Student. The only legend that handles Abandoned Hall better is probably Irelia, and Smite will indeed come out and smite down that Ravenbloom Student and keep up this tempo. Looks like we're going to go ahead and stack deck once the focus is passed back over to us, or given back over to us from the Smite resolution. Oh, I'm so sorry. It was a Ravenbloom Student that was banished. That's why it disappeared. Nevertheless, we'll probably see a Diana development here and say go. I can't imagine we want to do a whole lot more, but a second Ravenbloom Student from hand, perhaps?
Yeah.
Not a bad call. The issue I have with that is you're susceptible if you double develop Diana and Ravenbloom Student to a Falling Star, and that would be pretty bad for business, one would say. But that's the course of action we're going to take. Hold 2 for Sinzari.
And we are moving that Inferno back. And right now, the Rek'Sai player is making the choice that I would make in this situation. It's conquering Abandoned Hall.
Yep, show me that Falling Star. Ooh, no Falling Star.
No Falling Star.
All right, we will go ahead and take the Carrion Dredger, which Death Knell will play a 1 Might Bird with Deflect. And there it is.
We have that
Falling Star, the hard punish, in all honesty.
It is a hard punish for this Diana player.
Yeah, so going ahead and developing the Carrion Dredger, developing the Rek'Sai and the Falling Star. On the back end, Diana's going to play out a Hui, which pretty powerful unit. One of the strongest, I would say. If it gets to stick around for a turn, it's great. However,
hold on, we have a quick rewind. With another Ravenbloom Student.
Yeah, playing the Ravenbloom Student so that you're not susceptible to Call the Weak. Pretty smart move. I like it a lot. However, I will say that we're going to get a lot of action here with Candlelit Sanctum plus Rek'Sai's Legend ability. We might be able to set up perhaps like another double Call the Weak turn to clear off both of these Ravenbloom Student and the Hui.
Oh, all right. And there we have it, a Falling Star.
Falling Star probably killing this Hui, will kill this Hui. Yes. And then all we have to do is worry about a Ravenbloom Student. We're in pretty good spot, in all honesty. We're at 5 points. This game is going lightning fast, and Sinzari, honestly, in commanding position. Ravenbloom Student and a Dream here for Imanousar.
I mean, we already saw our Rek'Sai player be in a commanding position, but not win last round.
Not be able to pull through. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we're able to conquer the Candlelit Sanctum. We'll go ahead and take a quick peek-see at the top 2 cards. Recycled one of those 2 cards. We have 8 runes available to us. is Imanousar, 4 cards in hand, staring down an army, an armada of units in the base of Sinzari. The
Yeah,
question is,
those.
how are you going to beat this?
Well, we first got our applied researcher on the board, which, I mean, if we can empower it, we can have our spells cost less. And I don't know how I feel about the supply researcher and the Raven Bloom student on this Candlelit Sanctum.
So we can do very likely 2 spells, right? We have the Diana activation and we've got 1 rune available. So with Applied Researcher, we can play 2 spells that would likely at least give us 8 might. It's not a lot of might staring down 3 assault units. 2 of them with assault 2, 1 of them with assault 1. It's a bit scary. And we're going to start off by just saying, all right, I'm willing to trade for your Raven Bloom student. Or show me what you got. It looks like we're going to
playing Flash. And adding +1 might to that Raven Bloom student.
Yeah, unfortunately, that might be inconsequential. However, we're going to conquer here to 6, get a Candlelit Sanctum trigger as well as a Rek'Sai trigger. I will say that this is why I'm not a huge fan of Abandoned Hall going second, just for the pure fact that we really had no agency in this matchup to utilize it. And here we are, no red runes to play Falling Star. We've already recycled all of them.
And we don't have enough runes to play Under Titan either. So it's just a kind of sad, you know?
Well, it adds 2, so it costs 2 less effectively. So you can play Under Titan because it was revealed.
Oh,
so
yes.
It doesn't do a whole lot in terms of buffing. It just gives you 5 might effectively, which might be enough considering we're threatening lethal here. We're going to put the bird on Abandoned Hall very likely and just say go. Perhaps we don't even do that because holding is very unlikely. The only reason why I like putting bird at Abandoned Hall is just because it forces to split the units.
Oh, we are not putting any units on Abandoned Hall.
All right, moving forward, our researchers picking up the Candlelit Sanctum, looking at 2, and trying to find the right cards to claw our way back into this game. Which honestly might require a small miracle.
And however, that Singularity
might be that small miracle. Taking care of Rek'Sai and Under Titan.
Which, let's be honest, those were the 2 units you needed to take care of.
True. And we've got Raven Bloom student on Abandoned Hall, which is like the magic.
That's the magic right there.
Rek'Sai, hopefully, if they don't have a way to win the game this turn, recognizes that they're in a spot to where they've got points to give and can continue reestablishing the board since they have 6 cards in hand to Diana's 1.
Yes, so, that's a very important factor.
Yeah, very likely able to just say, take a couple points, we'll go ahead and figure this out together. And maybe thinking about moving this Inferno up.
Now the question will be, what card is in Diana's hand?
It's got to be a Moonfall, right? It's always a Moonfall. The last card always seems to be one.
I mean, all right. We can say, yeah.
We're about to find out. I feel like this telegraphs a cleave, but we've got 3 might to 2 on Abandoned Hall. You can't be a spell slinger if, oh, okay. We're going to.
And we got Ride the Wind. That was our last card.
So Ride the Wind's going to double buff the Raven Bloom student. But I think, yeah, I was about to say, it's telegraphed to cleave a lot. So this is going to be 6. Wait. Oh, yeah. Plus the 1 from Abandoned Hall, making it 7.
Yes.
Pretty good. Now all we have to do is find something to kill this. And is that another cleave? Oh, it is another cleave.
Cleave.
And just like that, the double cleave gets us to victory. And you know, there wasn't a lot of spell slinging going on for that Abandoned Hall to get a lot of value. But we did our best. Game 2, going over to Sinzari on Rek'Sai, tying us up 1-1 as we move into game number 3. That was really aggressive out the gates, and honestly, that's what I like to see from my Rek'Sai players. Just get on the board, pressure your opponent to make plays, and potentially force them to make suboptimal plays that you can punish on the backside. Andy, do you think that you change up your strategy going into game 3 as you go second as the Rek'Sai player?
Oh, absolutely. Change up your game plan. What you want to do is you're playing the aggro against someone who is kind of playing the control game, and very much want to disrupt that control player. So going second means you can see what they are heading towards and what is going to happen.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like Rek'Sai had the swarm of units the entire game and was able to take control, start to finish that match, and really never loosened the grip on the points in that game at all. It looks like we have a small issue with our lobby, so we're going to end up having to swap over and rejoin into a new lobby. However, it doesn't change the effect that we're likely going to be, we're going into game 3. We're on the play very likely for Imanousar on this Diana. And honestly, I think this has turned into a really good round 4 as we're seeing some set 2 or some Unleashed legends go head to head in Rek'Sai as well as in this Diana. Do you think that you've seen anything spicy, any spicy tech, Andy, out of this Rek'Sai or Diana list that might have been bolstered up from this new set in Vendetta?
I do see some cards in both Diana and Rek'Sai's list that are very new to us. You know, Shadow Fiend, Noxian Emissary, those kind of core red cards that have been added into our card pool now. And but the Diana deck list is pretty much the same.
Yeah, the Diana deck list is pretty stock overall. However, there's a lot of changes to this Rek'Sai. The question is, looking at how this Rek'Sai has been playing so far in this match, as well as looking at the deck list, do you think that it's gotten more powerful, or perhaps we're just testing some spice and we're still unsure of where we're going to end up landing in this deck list?
I think that Diana has potential to go above and beyond this deck list. It is going to be at an RQ when we see these new decks, but I am very excited to see the new decks from both Rek'Sai and Diana and all these older, as they put in quotes, legends that are, may not be played the same.
Sure. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I think that there's definitely a lot of room for development for both of these decks. I'm really liking the I have infinite early game of the Rek'Sai list.
Yes.
The issue is, as we saw in game number 1, if you get blown out a few too many times, your early game doesn't mean a whole lot. As it looks like we are good to go. Players are done sideboarding. We've got Raven Bloom Conservatory here for Imanousar on Diana, and we've got Mystic Vortex coming out here from Sinzari on the Rek'Sai. Looks like they are jumping into their mulligans. I was correct in saying Imanousar is going first. Tell us a little bit about what Mystic Vortex does here, Andy.
So Mystic Vortex is a brand new battleground. During showdowns here, cards with reaction costs cost 1 more power to play, which is our hidden cards, our reaction cards,
Stupefies.
stupefies, our defies, which will not be played in this in this match, but like any sort of card that can pop out of nowhere, there is an extra power cost.
I hate that. I hate that card. As someone who likes to play at reaction speed, this hurts my heart. But you know what? No big deal. We have a developed traveling merchant into a developed carrion dredger here for both of our players, and we're going to move forward our traveling merchant into the Raven Bloom Conservatory, creating a move trigger to discard 1 and then draw 1. Let's see what our Diana player decides to send to the trash, and that is a Stupefy. The reaction card we just recently spoke about. It looks like we will go ahead and conquer the Raven Bloom Conservatory. And the question is, will we develop this Diana? Or, as a Diana player myself, sometimes I like to just pass with 4 runes a little spicy.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to let your opponent know everything. That's obviously a factor in a lot of TCGs. So leaving 4 runes up may be a power move.
True. Power move, baby. We'll probably see the Carrion Dredger move over to the Mystic Vortex. And then maybe an accelerated Rek'Sai? Question mark?
We can accelerate that with Rek'Sai. But we do not know what we're doing with this Carrion Dredger right now.
Yeah, honestly, he's being a little bit jazzy, moving back and forth between the Mystic Vortex and not. Looks like we're going to develop the Rek'Sai. I was pretty close. It didn't accelerate. Then we're moving into Mystic Vortex. It looks like we wanted Legion turned on for when we conquer and activate our legend. Let's take a quick peek. Smite and Void Rush, both bangers. Honestly, I kind of like the Void Rush, but maybe I'm crazy. What would you pick here, Andy?
I am a gambling man, so Void Rush.
We gambled once. Guess what? We'll gamble twice.
Again. Yeah. But for the sake of probably this game, I would probably pick Smite.
Oh my god. What a cowardly decision, Andy. But you know what? Both of them being spells.
Okay, now we have our Void Rush. So maybe this Rek'Sai player is a gambling man too.
Maybe this just gets countered with a hard bargain. Who knows? Let's find out. Let's see whether or not Imanousar has the sauce. Nope. Just kidding.
Nope.
Ooh, okay. This isn't so bad. Play the Shadow Fiend and then send the other guy, the Carrion Feeder, home.
Yeah. And like we say, our Shadow Fiend is one of our new cards that has an Empower cost. And has Assault 3.
Wow, Forge of the Future coming out? Honestly, I did not expect to see a Forge of the Future. Maybe I'm crazy. Did not expect to see that.
Well, I will look very quickly to see if that is.
They're all on the sideboard of the Rek'Sai.
Yes.
So playing Forge of the Future here means that we want more threat density and not necessarily threat quality, which means that our primary game plan here is to just continuously assault these battlefields.
We pulled our Diana out of the champion zone, and I might be a little hesitant, but if Rek'Sai has a falling star, there we go.
Oh no! Oh, abandoned. Okay, it gets sent back home, but honestly, if you play it once, you'll probably want to play it twice, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Play it once, you want to play it twice.
Yep.
So the falling star was pretty powerful here. able to take out both of the backline units. I'm not sure if this is a good tempo play to Gust here, but it was a
No.
tempo play of sorts.
And Diana does nothing against this Rek'Sai.
All right, so we're in a little bit of an awkward situation. The good news is that it's only 3 points, and we have basically a billion runes.
To those 2 lonely runes. Now, we know as a Diana player that no more Falling Stars can be played. No more any Fury card with a Fury cost can be played against you, which is kind of a safe zone.
Although true, we are in a precarious situation to call the week, which means that we want to try and at least go 2 wide in the event that we want to commit to this board, which I imagine we will. So I imagine we'll likely see a Hui followed up by a Ravenbloom student here. Or maybe we don't have that luxury.
Oh, we see another stack deck come off of Diana.
Double stack deck into a singularity. I'm only joking.
We're joking.
True.
Yeah.
So what do you think we're digging for here? Is it just threats, Andy? Is that what we're looking for? Just units to put onto this base?
Yeah, perfect. I think we're just looking for units. And now we got that Fizz out. And we're playing stack deck again.
I'm kind of surprised we didn't Gust.
Maybe we just don't have that Gust in our hand.
Well, we could have Gust with the Fizz, although, I mean, it doesn't do a whole lot for us. With the opponent, with Sinzari only having 2 runes, every time we kind of tempo play them, it accelerates us just a little bit. But perhaps I'm overthinking it.
Yeah, the Diana player only has 2 Gusts in hand. In
deck.
In their deck. So it's it's not the best play. It might be searching for that Gust.
Sure. Yeah, I get it. Well, nevertheless, we decided to go ahead and commit Fizz and play our 3rd stack deck for the turn. We've just stacking decks over and over and over again. So we should have a well-crafted and well-sculpted hand as we pass the turn over to Sinzari, who holds to 4 points. It is currently 2-4 in favor of the Rek'Sai pilot. We will send over our honest broker, which sometimes I question how honest this broker is, but nevertheless.
Honest, but...
and conquer the Mystic Gate and find another honest broker and a falling star, which we cannot cast.
Yes.
All right. Our army of 2 might units has been assembled.
Yes.
Honestly, I wish we could play. We had Bellows Breath. We can just kill everything.
That would be so easy. Yeah, but currently we do not have any Bellows Breaths in either the main board or the sideboard for this Diana player.
Womp womp womp. Well, I'm not sure exactly how we're going to dig ourselves out of this hole, but if anyone can do it, Imanousar can definitely find the road to Rome. We have 6 cards in hand and 9 runes available. Prage that none of those cards are a Baron Nashor, and that we can start to whittle away at this base of Sinzari before we get swarmed by Rek'Sai and the Horde.
Yes, that Horde is looking very intimidating right now.
Yeah, 4 units in this base, 3 of which could potentially have assault, is kind of scary, actually. So we will go ahead and conquer the Mystic Vortex and commit out an Applied Researchers. And knowing, timeout, and away. Oh, okay. hold to 6. We can't win this turn for Sinzari, but we can definitely create a lot of havoc.
Yes, absolutely. And right now, Diana has all of her runes down.
Yeah.
She's tapped out. She doesn't have anything except for her reaction.
This is definitely a scary position here. We're going to move forward the Rek'Sai and challenge the Mystic Vortex to put us on 7. We cannot play that, right?
Since
Oh, we recycled, yeah.
yeah,
That feels really bad.
Yeah.
Oh, longsword.
Which is a quick draw, which means it can attach to a unit you control at any second.
Well, that is it for Fizz. Fizz goes down as Rek'Sai conquers, as well as gets a look at the top of the deck. We got a Void Rush, which is probably what we'll end up taking, or a Nasus Hopeful. I don't mind either of these, to be honest with you, but I would be looking for very specifically Call of the Week to try and clear up one of these 2 backline units, which are both quite threatening.
Exactly.
All right, looking at the top 2 cards, maybe we're going to gamble. I'm not 100% sure. I feel like we'll probably end up, I mean, our base is really strong, right? And
yes.
The Diana players tapped out. What I would want to do is I would just want to gamble for any removal. I don't really care. Give me anything. So I would take another 2 looks at that for sure. Not 100% sure what's happening at the moment, but it looks like we have decided to play the Nasus Hopeful. Nasus Hopeful deployed here. We have 2 runes available to try and commit more to this board so that we could double conquer next turn. But we Call the Week. We had it all along in our back pocket.
And we take the Honest Broker, which gives us a gold token. Exhausted, of course, in our base.
I'm a fan. And we get rid of either one of these incredibly powerful units in either Hui or Applied Researcher. Honestly, like I feel like the Hui's the one you want to keep. Hui's easily the most powerful. However, maybe I'm crazy.
I would keep Hui in any second because you can draw ready up to 2 runes or give Hui 3 might in a turn. So yeah, it doesn't feel.
Yeah, we haven't seen any ride the winds or any of that type of shenanigans, so Hui can definitely wreak some havoc on the enemy turn if they need to. So I would probably get rid of Applied Researchers and then just try and control and win the game using Hui. However, there's a lot of units on this on this base. So I'm not 100% sure how well a single Hui against an army and an onslaught will be able to do. But only time will tell. Yeah, we decided to go ahead and keep the Honest Broker. We sacrificed the Dredger. We got ourselves a bird token in the base. And we pushed our Honest Broker up to the Ravenbloom Conservatory so we get a defend trigger in the event that comes about.
Yes, and right now we are looking at 9 runes, 5 cards in hand, extra energy in reactions, and a Hui. So
this is quite literally a Hui in a dream.
Yeah.
All right. Hui, oh, did not.
And now we have Moonfall.
Oof, we have to pay 2 Oh wait, it's an action, not a reaction. I'm silly. We're gonna Moonfall this over. we're going to end up killing both a Rek'Sai and a Shadow Fiend, which is kind of the start you're looking for. And now we need like a Ride the Winds and like another Moonfall. Who knows?
Moonfall. Another Moonfall would be very nice. Another Ride the Wind would also be very nice.
Yeah, the issue here is Longsword plus like either Noxus Hopeful or Shadow Fiend are both quite threatening. So we need to find a way to...
Oh, we got Ravenbloom Student right in there.
Okay.
And a hidden card.
But the issue... Oh, and we Ride the Wind. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
and of
I
course
was like, wait a second, are we ending turn here?
And we are going to draw one, discard one, and see what we're getting with Way.
Yeah, we don't really... We need to discard a unit. We can discard a spell and draw another card. It looks like we're going to do that. We're going to get rid of the Stupefy and draw another card. Probably move Way up. Honestly, I would like to see another spell discarded here if there's a bad one in hand. And then there's likely a Tide Turner under, which is a bit awkward because of Mystic Vortex.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward, but at least they are protecting, you know, the Ravenbloom Student as well.
Okay. We're in an okay spot right now. We're going to go to 5. We have 3 units we're going to have to fight against, as well as 6 resources.
And another hidden card.
So this is like kind of doable.
I believe this is absolutely doable from the Rek'Sai side.
All right. We're going to smite to start us off. We're going to try and kill the Ravenbloom Student, and we're going to Tide Turner the Hui over.
Which gives the, when I move, draw one, then discard one.
Yep. We'll probably need to get rid of a unit here so we can have an 8 might Hui. Otherwise, we might be in dire straits. We'll discard a Hui to get +3. So we're at 8. And we're probably fine with our Ravenbloom getting smitten.
Yes, the original spite is now resolved and caused the Ravenbloom Student to be banished.
So we're currently sitting at 7 might, potentially an additional 5, so 12 might, if you consider the Assault 3 and the Longsword. 4 resources available. We're in a very interesting scenario here. But the thing is, if I'm Sinzari, I'm thinking to myself, I honestly don't have to win this turn. My opponent on Diana only has 5 points. There's still a little bit of time. I have a little bit of wiggle room to work with.
Right, there is wiggle room, but there's also kind of the, they are going to hold the 7, and then they have to, and then they kind of have the power to double conquer again.
Okay, so Shadow Fiend here is empowered. We've
Yes.
decided to go ahead and now it has Assault 3. So this means that we can come in using Shadow Fiend specifically alone for 5. Likely what we're seeing here is Shadow Fiend plus Noxus Hopeful goes into Mystic Vortex in the attempt to fell this way. Oh.
Yes, and any other, you know, reaction this Diana has to take costs an extra power.
All right, so interesting scenario. We have a, just kidding. We're going to rewind time. We're not going to equip the Longsword. I'm wondering if the reason why we decided to rewind here is we might have a Falling Star. Do we need double red for another Falling Star?
If we have Falling Star in hand.
Yeah, this is definitely pretty crazy. This is a good turn of events here.
Okay, so we have been informed that this is now an OT. So
overtime, baby. This
overtime.
is where we want to be. All right. So the Assault 3 Shadow Fiend moving forward into Ravenbloom Conservatory. We should get a defend trigger here, but we're going to respond to the defend trigger perhaps with a Tide Turner. We kind of anticipated another Tide Turner. Just kidding. We're rewinding once again. We're not even empowered. Oh, we did empower. Never mind.
Yep, we are empowering it. It is now.
All right. So once again, we're here with the Shadow Fiend on the Ravenbloom Conservatory. Now everyone knows that there's a Tide Turner under here. They probably rewound so that they could use the Ravenbloom trigger, which is what we're looking at right meow. And it is a applied researcher, which does not fulfill the spell requirement for Ravenbloom Conservatory. We're going to Tide Turner and move our way. The question is, what do we find off of the way?
And what do we discard off of the way?
I almost feel like we're in a tough spot here because if we discarded a unit, we're going to 11. They're going to... Oh, this is good. Moonfall is good here. We're going to be able to bring over the Nasus Hopeful and kill both of these units. Here's the route that I like for the Rek'Sai. They are okay with killing the Tide Turner here. They suit up the bird with the longsword, kill the other Tide Turner, and then they go ahead and play Call of the Week and clear the board. Thoughts? Opinions?
Thoughts. That's yeah, it's an option. And as they are on, like, as the Rek'Sai player is thinking that through this, that should be a thought they have.
Well, looking here at the trash, only one Call of the Week has been played thus far. So there's likely potentially two. So thinking this through, we're currently staring down 13 might for Imanousar on this Ravenbloom Conservatory, with Rek'Sai contesting it currently with 5 might, because this Nasus Hopeful and the Empowered Shadow Fiend both have -2 each thanks to the Moonfall. It looks like the trade signal has been given. The Tide Turner will trade for both of those, which honestly is a pretty good spot to be in if I was
and now the bird with the longsword comes in.
Bro, I always give my birds long swords.
Yes, I give my birds long swords like every day. Oh, and we're going to rewind for a sec.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what transpired. It's because they drew one first before the Rek'Sai because they were on 7 points.
Yes.
All right, we're gambling. Do we find a Call of the Week? We find a Nasus Hopeful, which honestly is pretty good.
Honestly, pretty good in this situation.
We can't play Call of the Week anymore, unfortunately, because we played the Nasus Hopeful. All right. We're sacrificing Forge of the Future, and we're going to recycle 4 cards from Imanousar, basically making it so that a Fizz could be a bit awkward due to the fact that we're removing the good cards from the graveyard or from the trash to the bottom of the deck. We got rid of a Moonfall, a Ride the Wind, a Moonfall, and a Wind and Ghosts. Basically saying, I really want this bird to hold here. Please.
Yes. Yes, and we see that kind of like desperation, because this is on Mystic Vortex, which means deflect cost has to be paid, reaction cost has to be paid, and yeah, we were looking at definitely
We've got
two.
a
Yeah,
lot of good draws here. If I'm Imanousar, like a flash is good here, a ride the wind is good here. There's a lot of good opportunities, good top decks. We know that the bottom of the deck has 2 Moonfalls, a Ride the Wind, and a Wind and Ghosts. It was the correct thought process to play, to remove things from the trash from Sinzari. Really heads up. So we'll play a Fizz and we'll go ahead and Gust the bird token back. We're going to move our way back to base, which is a little bit scary because we could lose to an accelerate unit if we don't have any actions.
but I love the play from the Diana player to just get rid of any risk going into Mystic Vortex.
Yes, very true. Even though the bird had deflect, it felt pretty necessary to be able to do that. So we went ahead and discarded Smokescreen to draw an additional card, and we're passing it on over to Rek'Sai, who has 6 resources up. We'll start by floating 1 energy, suiting up this Noxus Hopeful with a longsword, and likely we're going to move this into the Ravenbloom Conservatory.
Yeah, that would be the smartest move. We have 3 runes up for our Diana player.
And Last Rites is revealed. That will get recycled to the bottom of the deck because it is not a spell. And we're currently facing down 6-3 as our Fizz. We're going to go ahead and attempt to Starcross here. We're going to Starcross Fizz, targeting the Noxus Hopeful. This is pretty spicy. Well, just kidding. We're turning back time once again. All right, we've had a little bit of rewinding time here. Not a big deal, but our Noxus Hopeful friends trying to conquer this Ravenbloom Conservatory to draw us a card and inch us a little bit closer to being able to double conquer and win here. The issue is we're like pretty close to staring down a tie.
Yes, we are. As we've mentioned before, we are in overtime right now.
This is currently turn 2. This is Sinzari's second turn because they were turn 0.
Yes.
So this is Sinzari's last attempt to win the game, and you have to win by 2, which, since Imanousar is currently at 6, means you have to be at 8, which is the magic number anyway. So Imanousar has the opportunity to try and close out this game on their turn. And it looks like we're going to ride the wind, the Fizz, over to the Mystic Vortex to try and score and potentially hold. Interesting that we decided not to use our legend. I also maybe would have preferred to not give the Conquer trigger, but you know what? We didn't find anything crazy off of it, so we might be okay. Plenty of energy here for our Rek'Sai player. We have to try and find a way. Oh, we didn't find a way to close out the game, and it looks like Imanousar wins the game and wins the match because there's no way to get over to the Mystic Vortex. That was a crazy game, and Imanousar playing to win here feels pretty good.
All right. So we have seen a crazy match between Sinzari, who was our Rek'Sai player, and Imanousar, who was our Diana player. What are your thoughts on this, Berhan?
You know, honestly, I thought it was a crazy game, and it was incredibly tight. Sinzari came out of the gates swinging so fast, putting pressure on Imanousar over and over and over again. And honestly, Imanousar didn't seem to sweat it too much. Game 2 may have been a little bit overwhelming, but Game 3, this way that got to stick around, put in oodles of work. Nevertheless, I believe we might be locked in our top 4 players. And so we might be ending the event there. However, I'm going to wait for production to confirm. But before we go ahead and jump the gun on that, I want to go ahead and reiterate all of you awesome people at home, thank you so much for watching. If you're wondering how you can jump in on this action, in the description down below the video, you're going to find the link to our Discord. This is the Haven Discord. This is where you're going to find all the information for upcoming tournaments, whether it's from Haven or perhaps even the one from Rift Atlas, which will be coming up later this month. You'll be able to find in there as well. So make sure you all jump into Discord so that you can get all of the up-to-date news, and so you can jump in on the action and you could be on stream next time. And so I'm just getting word this will be the final standings for the event. So this will be indeed the last round of the tournament because we've locked in the top 4 players. Nevertheless, let's do a little bit of decompress the event and debrief a little bit. Andy, tell me, what are some of the highlights you've had casting this event?
Highlights I have casting this event. It is definitely seeing some of our favorite decks just morph in front of us as we go in through Vendetta and go through we see a lot of Vendetta champion legends played today, and we saw a lot of Vendetta cards being utilized in a way in a different way today, and we also have seen the changes that some of these decks have with Vendetta cards. It is exciting to be casting at a time where the meta is changing so much.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Well, I want to go ahead and take a moment to reflect back on the event, as well as reflect back on this amazing production staff. Andy, thank you so much for casting, by the way, with me. Tell me, how could the viewers out there find more about you?
Yeah, the viewers out there can find me more on Twitter or X at Riftbound Andy. That is on screen, and it should be online anywhere. That's where all of the viewers can find me.
Let's go. Riftbound Andy, that's an easy name to remember. And I definitely know I'll be checking out that Twitter account myself. Nevertheless, I think some of my favorite moments here is seeing the early stages of Vendetta evolve before us. Just much like what you said, we saw multiple different variants of these Vendetta legends come to life right before our eyes and compete against some of the strongest Unleashed legends out there. So I'm looking forward to seeing how some of these Kennens or some of these Nasus can compete against the likes of Irelia, the likes of Ezreal, maybe seeing a control Kennen versus a control Ezreal matchup. I know it sounds terrible for some people, but that's right up my alley. The control mirror matches, that's what I love to watch.
But we will be in overtime a little bit longer than last time.
Yeah, sometimes they're a best of 1. It is what it is. However, yes. I'm Main Deck Perfy. I've had such fun and great pleasure hanging out with all of you in chat, all of this production staff, and spending time with all of these players. I want to thank you all once again, for coming out. Don't forget to check out the Discord. And to close this out, any final words for us, Andy?
Yeah, it's been a great honor for me to cast this, and I hope to see everyone again on stream sometime soon. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Have yourself a glorious day. Thanks for joining us here at Haven. Talk to you later.